If you will all rise and face the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 3 on our agenda is approval of the agenda. I will accept a motion to approve the agenda at this time.
I'll move to approve the agenda.
And a second.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda. We will now do a roll call vote. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur? Aye. Thank you. Jessica?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Teresa?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. It's now time for public comment. Public comment for all agenda items and on matters that are not on the agenda but that are within the Shasta County Board of Education's jurisdiction will take place during this time. Members of the public are invited to fill out a yellow speaker card and review the Speaking to the Board handout available at the check-in table. I would just like to inform everybody who is here for the STEM Academy public hearing that we will hold off on your comments until we get to the public hearing, which is coming up in a few minutes. So just as a reminder, the board is not allowed by law to take action on any item not on the agenda. With that, we have a yellow card here from Randy French.
Thank you. My name is Randy French. I am a retired teacher from the Anderson High School District. Last month I spoke here. This month I would like to speak on the same topic, but I'd also like to get this put on the agenda for next month if possible. Today was a collaboration day, and after I retired after 26 years in June 2022, I've been subbing. Today was a collaboration day. School was out at 2:25. And, 12:25, excuse me, and we couldn't pick up our paychecks until 3 o'clock. When I when I was a custodian at Nova High School back in the 70s and 80s, I could pick up my check at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 10th. I could go straight to the bank and put it in, and now they won't let me get the check, even get the check till 3 o'clock. And I know that I don't depend on my check, but I was in Anderson. I had to sit at the district office and wait. I did do other things first, but I had to hang around and for 45 minutes at the district office instead of driving back to Reading where I live and then coming back. And so I believe that the county should have the money in the bank on the 9th, and we should be able to pick up our checks anytime at all during the day. I'm needed because I have worked a lot. Last year I made over $20,000 subbing because I'm in demand. Well, not just me, but subs are. And there's a lot of people, the Anderson High School District has a window from 3 to 3:30 that checks can be picked up because they're closing down the district office. Otherwise it's mailed out. And that I think that the money should go into the account on the day before, and we should be able to pick it up whenever it's convenient for us. And the secretary, of course, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she said it would be easier for her if she didn't have to wait. But that's your guys' decision. I know you can't make a decision today, but I would like for it to be on the agenda, and I'll probably contact every sub in the county and have them here next month if we can get it on the agenda. So I just wanted to voice my opinion, what I feel. It would be a convenience for me to be able to pick up my check whenever I'm in Anderson instead of having to wait, hang around. I have 21 seconds, so thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
And Tom Vanderpool he's going to get up here and speak in a few minutes. I was his master teacher and give him everything he wants.
Thank you, Mr. French. Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, first of all, Mr. French, thank you so much for your sub-services. They are sorely needed, so anybody out there, if you have friends that are interested and qualified to be substitutes, we would love to use this as a recruiting opportunity. We do have some clarification. I appreciate your understanding of our inability to take action directly off of public comment, but I would like to yield to Austin Preller, who I believe has done some research from your comment last month and might have some clarification.
Hi, Mr. French. I appreciate you coming back, and I apologize that this message didn't get to you between the last public comment and you coming back here for public comment. But based on the concerns that you expressed last month, I did follow up with our payroll department. And based on what I understand from the payroll department, it is something that is outside of our control because it doesn't have to do with the funds being in the bank. It has to do with the payee positive pay for the bank to clear the funds for the check to be valid. Now, admittedly, I don't work directly in payroll. Payroll is a very complicated thing that is a direct science that they have to make sure that they get right. And so we did, the funds can be deposited more immediately if we go towards a direct deposit. I know that a lot of people move to that direct deposit, so we'd be happy to get you set up with that. And then you won't even have to make the trip regardless of what time of day it is. I understand you may not want to do that for other reasons, but if you could leave your information, I'd be happy to get that so that we can connect offline and we can get some more of those details to you from our payroll based on why that's not a feasible option outside of our control due to the positive payee and the check clearing the bank. But thank you for being here tonight.
All I know is that Anderson High School District, because of their coaching, does not do on their 10th of the month checks, do not do direct deposit. That's an Anderson High School District choice.
So if we could connect, I want to connect with you directly outside of this meeting so that we can get all of your questions addressed and by someone who has more payroll knowledge than I do. But if you could leave your contact information, Lindsay Gilstrap, our Senior Executive Director of Internal, is sitting back there. If you could connect with her, we can work with you between now and next month for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Preller. Mr. Gorman?
I was going to yield my time to Jessica.
Thank you. Ms. French?
Austin answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here who wishes to address the board at this time? Who has not filled out a yellow card? Then we will move on to item number 5, which is our community recognition. This will be a recognition of the National Park Service and our community connection with them. So, Josh?
If I could, President Brown, this is long overdue. We acknowledge that essential services that we're trying to provide for students in Shasta County cannot be done without community partnerships. And we'd love to start our board meetings by celebrating those community partnerships. We've been waiting for our federal government friends to be available for us to recognize you. So good to see you here tonight. Thank you for the service that you render. We want to acknowledge in 2018, our world changed. We've had many conversations about WES. We've recognized our WES Community Foundation friends and those supporters. We cannot do this rebuild without our friends from our National Park Service. This is a unique partnership. I think as we talk about WES, we've highlighted that there are not a whole lot of national parks that also house an outdoor education science program. And the creativity, the flexibility, your time and commitment and willingness for us to slowly even looking at day camp options, what is it that we can do? And then similar to the comments that we had to celebrate our community foundation, we are confident that WES will be back and will be better. And it will be better because of partnerships like West Community Foundation, and our National Park Services. So we would like to, President Brown and I would like to recognize Josh, Scott, David, Glendy, Laura, Daniel, and Laura Shasky, if you could please come on up. Josh, if you have some things to say, and then we have an amazing, not so amazing certificate, and we will take this opportunity with Carrie Schutte, our Communications Director, for a photo opportunity. But on behalf of the Shasta County Office of Education, thank you so very much for the work that you do for us.
Thank you, Mike, and your words are very, very well received and timely for us as well. This is truly our core team that we have here, plus the few that didn't make the trip out tonight for a variety of reasons. But we're committed. We're committed to seeing Wes go back to school, and I'll just leave it with that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, President Brown.
Excuse me, we will now open the public hearing on the Reading STEM Academy.
I'd like to welcome Tiffany Dora and Tom Vanderpool. Come on up. We've got a few quick slides to share out. Just so where we're at is RSTEM is up for charter renewal. We are RSTEM's proud authorizer. We have the responsibility to review the petition. The timer on that begins with a public hearing. That is tonight. There is no decision here tonight, but I love the RSTEM support and the fans and the families for being here. Thank you. We'll hand it over to Tiffany and Tom. Appreciate you guys being here. And then from here, our staff will conduct a full review of your petition, and we will be revisiting the decision to renew the petition later on in the school year.
Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for our families that took the night to come support. And a little bit of pressure there with my master teacher. Whew. Man, I love that guy. So here we are. I'm Tom Vanderpool. We are going to give you our renewal presentation.
Yes, we were here a couple months ago and with our annual report, so we did change our information so that way you guys are able to see a different snapshot of our school today. All right, the Reading STEM mission. So I would like to invite our families and our staff to stand up and read our mission with us, because you guys are why we are here. Please stand up and read it with us. So the mission of Reading STEM is to develop curious and academically skilled young people who aspire to be principled, compassionate leaders. Through a rigorous TK-8 college preparatory personalized learning program with a focus in science, technology, engineering, and math, Reading STEM Academy affords its students the experiences, skills, and values that will prepare them for citizenship, high school, college, and global competition in the 21st century. Our program strives to raise students who are self-motivated, competent, lifelong learners. That is the core of who we are, and that is our heart.
Our current demographics, last time we were here, we kind of shared last year's information. We are TK through 8th grade. Our enrollment is 232 students. Our socioeconomically disadvantaged students are 50.2%, foster youth at 0.4%, English learner 0.4%. Students with disabilities, 21%, and our homeless youth at 0.9%.
So last time we were here, we presented how we were doing meeting our LCAP goals. Today, using the California dashboard with last year's 2025 data, how are we doing? You can see if we look over here at our chronic absenteeism rates, we are showing a steady improvement, which is really great. It is something that we are mindful about at our school. We have a great team that works hard to educate parents and to work with them to remove any barriers that are preventing our students from accessing school. And our team is amazing. Some of them are sitting here in the audience today, but our data shows that. And looking at our suspension rates, I think this is an area that is very clear that we need to grow in. We recognize that, but in growing our students to reduce our suspension rates, we realize we have to develop the whole child at our school. So here are some of the ways that we are growing our skills and our students at a young age. So we teach preschool life skills in TK, and we give our students a boot camp refresher in kindergarten. Our preschool life skills focuses on 13 core skills that our students need to be able to do in order to be successful in kindergarten. Our SEL small groups, so we use a universal screener administered by Kelvin, and our MTSS core group meets, we review the data, and we build small groups surrounding meeting the needs of our students on campus who struggle the most. Executive functioning. So executive functioning is a skill that students struggle most with in grades 6 through 8. So at Reading STEM, we front load those skills in 4th grade. So we're trying to meet the students before they struggle. Executive functioning is just as its name. This program focuses on teaching the skills to students so they can execute tasks. Hope Rising, this is a great curriculum we teach in 6th grade, and this teaches skills to set achievable goals for students. Invictus, this is our mental health curriculum that addresses the SB 224, and we teach this skill to our 8th grade class once a week, and we cover a wide range of topics from how to deal with anger, drugs, grief, or yesterday I presented on how to give an apology and forgiveness and overcome adversity. Character Strong, this is our campus-wide social-emotional curriculum that reinforces pro-social skills. Our teachers teach the lessons in the classroom, and we reinforce those character skills and those character traits in our assemblies once a month. Behavior Academy, this is what we're proud of. This is our new approach to discipline. We are in year 2 of Behavior Academy. So when students are sent to the office for significant behaviors, we look at whether or not it is a choice or if it's a skill deficit. If it is a skill deficit, we assign them a 2-day Behavior Academy with day 1 focusing on the skill they need to develop, and if needed, day 2 is focused around restorative practices. If that is not needed, then day 2 is also a skill building session. And then PBIS, I think everybody in here can say PBIS is amazing. We are teaching the skills that we want to see on campus. We have lots of things in place to incentivize kids and reward kids, from rocket awards in the classrooms to character cards on the playgrounds, but we're teaching the skills that we want to see. All right, how are we performing? So using DataQuest data, we have side-by-side comparisons of 23, 24, and 24, 25. We have our ELA, which is very strong. 23-24 shows that 53% of our student population is meeting or exceeding their grade level standard, and our mathematics, 36% is meeting or exceeding the standard. Looking at last year's data, 24-25, our ELA remains strong. Though we do see a slight decrease, we are still proud to say 51% of our students are meeting or exceeding the standards. Mathematics does show a decline, and we recognize that, and that is an area of focus for our school. Because we recognize that we are seeing a decline in our academics, we have many supports in place. So we have our academy program. So our academy program is a small group teacher-led intervention program that meets before school. We have 3 trimesters of academy that we provide small groups of students who need to develop a certain skill in order to be successful. We don't want students to continue to struggle. We want to front load what they need, and we have teachers that are there each morning for them. Our spring math. So a few years ago, we recognized that we had a steady decline in our math scores. So our school psychologist is sitting in the audience with me. We went to Denver with the hopes of finding something that we can bring back to our school to help provide our students with foundational skills so they can succeed in math. And so we chose spring math. So spring math is given to students. It's a 15-minute program a day where 2 aides push into the classrooms and they provide practice on foundational skills. So we are in year 3 of that. By year 4 and 5, we should see the fruits of that labor in our test scores. Classroom support, we have added lots of aides to our campus so that we can have extra support in the classrooms to help with behaviors, to help with kids who are struggling, so we don't just have kids struggling. Any questions so far?
And when we look at how we compare to the rest of the state, you can see that we had 51.88%, and statewide to the right is 48.81. So we're edging them out in ELA. And in math, there is a rate of 30.83, and that falls below the statewide rate of 37.3. And we realize it's a need, and we're going to focus on that need in math.
But science is our superpower. That is what we are good at. Look at our science scores. They're great. 23, 24, 47% of our students are meeting or exceeding. Last year, 58%. Those are great science scores. How are we doing it? We have our Project Lead the Way curriculum that we use in our classrooms. Project Lead the Way is our engineering and science program. Our Project Lead the Way is taught in our science lab as well as in our classrooms. It's a great program. We're also using STEM scopes for grades 3 through 8th in order to ensure that all of our students are receiving their science standards. We have a science lab with a fantastic science teacher. We have a fully stocked makerspace room, and that room is magical. We have robotics, and we really support field trips. Our teacher's amazing. Our teachers get our students out in the community. They're doing hikes. They're doing the pumpkin patch. They're phenomenal. We're going to Trinidad, spending 3 days at the ocean. So lots to help boost our science scores.
And when we compare to the state, you can see that we're at 58.7, and statewide the rate is 32.66. And 23-24, the state was at 30.7, and we're at 47.62. So we're going to keep the pedal down. We are not going to stop in our science powers.
So why are we here today? We are here for our renewal. So when we look at our renewal, we have to look at a few questions. How is our governance and leadership? So is the school's governance structure sound? Yes. Our board is strong. Tom and I have a great working relationship with our board, and they are extremely supportive of us. We have many board members at our table. Our charter allows 5 to 7 members. We have 7 members with members that sit in the audience just to, have a voice for our board. And our board members have a wide range of expertise, which is really important when we're sitting around the table discussing budgets and policies. And does the school face any legal challenges? No. Moving forward, we are sound, our culture is good, our parents are supportive, our students are happy, our teachers are supported, and we're doing great.
For For our budget, we actually are meeting with Barry, our accountant, for our first interim budget meeting tomorrow, but he gave us an email sneak preview, so we would have some solid numbers to give you. Is our budget in order? And our budget is currently very healthy. Our net ending position, our reserve, is just over $2.8 million. Our revenues this last year were up 6%, but our expenditures were also up 3%. And our multi-year projection is looking healthy. The last 4 years that I've been here, we have enjoyed a surplus. Currently, for next year, we have a slight deficit projected, and in the thousands of dollars. But there are a few reasons for that, and that's changing. It's very fluid. The easiest thing that we could do is add students, but we've decided this year our goal is to just rebuild our culture, and we want to grow and we want to support our new staff. We have our 5 new teachers paired up with 5 master teachers, and we've had a few students move, and we have room to add, but we've decided to let those teachers just grow in that classroom, and we want to support them as strong as possible. And that is our goal. We're really pushing onto our staff and our whole community that we would just want each decision to just be so focused and student-centered.
Academic progress. Are the school students making academic progress? Yes, our science scores are great. Our ELA scores are solid. Our math, we recognize we need to grow, and we are taking the steps in that direction. There's a lot of magic going on campus, but I would say overall we are making academic progress.
And our LCAP is going to be a little bit review of what Tiffany just presented you. Our first goal was the chronic absenteeism and the improving suspension rates, and our chronic absenteeism is improving dramatically, and our suspension rates, there is room, and you saw through a handful of our social, emotional learning things we're doing that it is a focus for us as well. Our second goal was academics and making academic progress, and we're going to continually improve, and we're going to find what is working, and we're going to implement new things and try new things. Our third goal is our facilities maintained to a high standard, and we currently have a great relationship with SCOE's maintenance department and their workers. They do a fantastic job. They have done some pretty large-scale improvements last summer, and there may be some more on the horizon. But they make our school look great. They make it safer, and we so much appreciate their hard work. And they connect with our culture. They connect with our kids. It's more than just doing the work, really. Just wanted to add that.
And the last thing to talk about is, are we meeting our mission as set forth in our charter? When looking at the main buzzwords in our charter, are we developing curious and academically skilled young students? Yes, we're working hard to get them out in the community. We're working hard to develop the whole child and bringing the curriculum that students need. We are not afraid to try new curriculum. This year we've adopted a writing curriculum. We've adopted a new phonics program. We are trying to find what works for our students and our teachers, and we are passionate about finding what works for them. Personalized learning program, we have one-to-one technology, and our academy program, we're working hard to give students what they need. And are we doing well with the focus in science, technology, engineering, and math? Our science scores are great. I would say the only piece that we are working on out of that is our math, and we are working hard on that. So overall, I think we are working hard to meet our mission as set forth in our charter. And I think everything that Tom and I do is student-centered, student-focused, and everything we Does it fit in our mission? Is it part of our charter? And if the answer is yes, we move forward. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Looking at the strengths and areas for improvement, I see down here there is a statement, school culture among staff, areas for improvement. School culture among staff. It is a staff divided in many areas. What does that mean?
That's referring to chrysalis.
Was that from Chris's? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But I bet you Tim's gonna have a great answer for that.
I went a little bit too far. But now they know the question I'm going to ask.
I'm not sure I remember putting that in there.
I'm going to remind the trustees to use their speaking to cue device.
Sorry.
But I see you, Laura, go ahead.
So I've been on this board for quite a while, and I've always been impressed by this idea of the academies, and yet your scores are not really
Right.
where they should be. So do you have any data, or do you track the academies to see if they sound like a terrific idea of bringing these kids together and focusing on the things where they're not achieving, but do you have any way of tracking it to see if it's really working?
That is a great question. So last trimester for our academy, we struggled with getting students to come. We really struggled with that. You need to have good attendance in order to get the skills you need. So we sent out a survey to teachers and we asked them what's working, what's not working, what do you need? And we have changed some of our academy policies, practices. So we are inviting twice as much students as we have in the past. In the past, we've tried to just invite 5 or 6 students just to develop those skills, but in many of our academy classes, we are now up to 13 to 15 students. We are tracking attendance now, and we are offering incentives both in the classrooms and whole school, and we are also strengthening communication with parents. So to answer your question, I am hoping this revamp is going to give us some good data. But I think our first step was revamping our academy. Because it is a great program, it is a great idea, but we were struggling with getting kids to school on time.
Teresa?
Sorry, now I can talk about when you guys were talking, it was 58% have met or exceed, or 30% have met or exceed. That means that 4 out of 10 are not getting it. 7 out of 10 aren't getting it. So I had a son that went to STEM Academy, 10 years ago, 7 years ago, and they failed him and failed him and failed him because they kept pushing him forward when he wasn't getting it. And I know that that's when the Common Core started. I think it started when he was in 3rd grade. There's a lot of kids that still don't get it.
And that's why we have updated our curriculum. We're trying to bring new curriculum on. We're trying to develop the whole child in the younger grades before they struggle in hopes of meeting the students who are not making it.
Michael?
We also have a math study hall for our middle school kids 2 days a week that alternates like with an art time. So that's another little intervention that we put.
Does it look like it's working?
Yes, so junior high kids don't like to go to academy because nobody wants to go and get extra help. So we built it in their day. So they get 24 minutes of reading, so they're reading novels, and then 24 minutes of homework help. I'd say any help is good with junior high, but it is a time for them to work on their iReadies or their homework or their big projects. So is it helping? I think anything helps when it's built in their day and they have to do it. Without that built-in study hall time, they weren't coming to academy in the mornings.
So is the majority of the stuff you guys do on computer, or is it actually paper and pencil?
I think it's a mix of both.
Okay.
We definitely utilize, we are a technology school, so we do have one-to-one technology, but we are hands-on. Many of the lessons in our science lab are hands-on. Very little of it is paper and pencil. As we get in the older grades, a lot of it, their math is paper and pencil. So I'd say it's a good mix.
Okay.
Of course, I think all schools use Google Classroom now, so.
Mr. Ehrlich,
You showed a 5% decline in math. To what do you attribute that? Did you identify anything that may have led to that?
We had a lot of new students last year. Our students that we home grow, that attend Academy regularly, when they get in the older grades, they don't struggle. We had a lot of new students last year. We struggled with behaviors significantly. And so I think that plays part in our test scores. But we also, that's one of the reasons why we decided to freeze enrollment, grow what we have, give the kids the skills they need, and then open enrollment next year.
Okay. And you use iReady. Do you use that as a diagnostic tool or just as an instructional tool?
Both.
Are your iReady scores correlating to your state test scores?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
We do see we need to grow in math on our iReady diagnostics as well. When we compare our beginning of the year to our mid-year iReady diagnostics, we do see growth multiple years in a row. So we do see our students growing.
Jessica.
Yes, I just had a question. But first, a statement about the, you were mentioning that you do math, paper and pencil, but science is hands-on. I just thought it was comparing that to your scores for science and math makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of kids do really well with the hands-on learning. Have you looked at more like visual, tangible, math manipulative type curriculum?
We have, and last year we adopted STEM Scopes Math in hopes of, we were finding a disconnect in skills. Our younger grades were using My Math, our middle grades were using something different, our older grades were using CPM, and we found it wasn't working. So we adopted STEM Scopes Math for 4th through 6th grade, and we're hoping that's going to help.
Do they seem more interested?
I think they do. I think kids in those grades, it's not their favorite
Yeah,
time of day
it's hard.
when compared to science, but I do think it's helping.
And then my question was, piggybacking on what Laura asked you about the data and what you collect in regards to the, what did you call it, the club?
Academy.
And tracking behaviors. Do you track behaviors? Like triple P-like, are you familiar with triple P? How, if you have a kid that starts with, they've had 15 behaviors a week, now that you're seeing them at 5, for example?
Are you talking about our Behavior Academy?
You mentioned in the beginning that if there was an issue that a child was having and if it was a skill they were missing, they went to the academy, and if it wasn't, and that was my next question. You didn't say what happens if it wasn't, if it's a choice.
So if it's a choice, usually they just get the consequence. To answer your question, we use Swiss to track our data. We do look at our data to make decisions to add more support in different areas of our school to decrease behaviors. That has been very successful. Swiss is great. If it's a choice-based behavior, usually we do the consequence work with parents. Some behaviors continue, and that has been something we are working on. Part of that is creating these small groups. We have a school counselor who's fantastic. She works with our school psychologist. They are building small groups to really target skills, but we are at the point of what do we do when we have big behaviors and it is a choice and it does continue and we have done suspensions and we work with parents. We are working on developing the whole student by trying to build skills younger.
My question, sorry, let me try and rephrase. My question still is, if you're tracking data, but to Laura's question, whether you're trying to figure out if it's actually working or not. So you want to track data to see if the behaviors are decreasing. So are you tracking behaviors and how many behaviors they're having and whether they're decreasing because of this intervention?
Yes, I think that we had a lot of behavior academies last year, and I do think it was helpful. We've only had one this year. So that right there speak words. Are we seeing a decrease in behaviors? No, we don't specifically track the Behavior Academy data, but that is something great. I do love a great spreadsheet. So that might be something we present on next year.
Yeah.
But I would say our Behavior Academy compared to last year, we are significantly less than we were last year.
Yeah. And, not just for the tracking mice to see the numbers on a spreadsheet, but when you're working with trying to improve behavior, it's really good to have that data in front of you because you have a million kids. You're not going to remember, maybe things overall seem better, but did Johnny really improve? Well, yeah, last week he had 5 and now he has 2. So, that kind of thing.
And we do use Swiss for that. That is fantastic.
Great. Thank you. That's all.
I want to thank you both for your presentation. This is a first step on a process that's going to take a while. So I want to thank all of the parents and families for taking the time to come here to this meeting, to show support for your school. You give us something that we can't read on a data sheet or give from a presentation. You show us that you're satisfied with your school and you're proud of it. And that's information that we need to know in order to make informed decisions about your school. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Now we're going to open up for public comment. So stand up and come on forward.
Hi, guys. I have 2 beautiful daughters. I'm just a father that my daughters attend school. And in this modern world, you got to really watch what's going on, especially when it comes to kids. So I never really thought I'd be getting involved with a lot of this, but I just came here for support. And my daughters have been through the school since kindergarten, and I have one in the 3rd and one in the 6th grade. And I just want to say that facts and figures, I get it, we got to talk about them. But when you go to a school and the whole entire school is family, you know the janitors, you know everybody, and it's just, I couldn't ask for more. And, facts and figures, but when you feel love there and everybody's doing the best they can, it's really a neat thing. So I just want to tell you guys that we're here for support, so.
Thank you.
Is this what you're talking to? Okay, so I have 2 children that go to our STEM. I have an 8th grader and a 3rd grader. And I know they said that science was our superpower. I think it's Tom and Tiffany. I think they are our superpower. And I think that what's unique and special about this school is them and the community and the culture that they build. I mean, they are so invested in every child's, every part, even their sports, even things that aren't academic, they are really invested in connecting with our kids. And both of my kids have been to Academy, not the behavior one, but for different things. I think it was math was the last one. And I have seen an improvement with my daughter in her math skills because she did go to Academy. So I don't know if they have I don't know, she doesn't have a spreadsheet to show how well they're doing, but I know that the teachers assess them after the academy and say, okay, we can move you on, you're done, or you need a little bit more work. So that's all that I wanted to say. I love our school.
Okay, I know I only have 3 minutes and I have a lot to say. First of all, my name is Becky Jeffrey. I am a parent and I am a teacher at RSTEM. I am a sub for SCOE. I have worked in several different schools, but I will tell you that when you come on RSTEM, there's something different about the school. And it starts from the instant that every single kid is dropped off every morning, and I kid you not, the staff outside knows every single kid and greets them by name. I've never seen that at any other school, and it's amazing because every kid is welcomed every day by people who care. Now, I started as a sub. I've got 3 kids at the school. I have a sophomore in high school who went through RSTEM and graduated. He is doing phenomenal. His math scores were great. I have an 8th grade daughter who is averaging about a C in math, went to Academy, and I can say she has an A in math, and she is thriving. And it is very difficult to get your kids there at 7:40 in the morning, but what these teachers are doing for these kids is great, and it's working if they can get them there. So, Academy is awesome. Now, I teach Makerspace, and I love what I do, and I love what our school does. Makerspace, like Tiffany said, is magical. The kids come to my classroom once a week, and all we do is we build and we discover and we engineer. We don't do textbooks, we don't do homework. What we do is we allow the kids the time to create and to design and dream. We have 3D printers. Last year, I taught our 2nd through 6th grade how to do circuits. I mean, when you have 2nd graders that can build light bulbs and circuits, that's pretty amazing. We're giving them skills, teaching them how to use table saws. I know it's really scary, but it's things you do. How to sand, how to create things. And Rowan, do you mind if I put you on the spot? What's our favorite thing we do in Makerspace? What's our favorite thing we do in Makerspace? Free make. Free make is the best. I wish I could have all of you guys come into my class for Free Make Day, where we literally just let the kids make whatever they want with whatever materials we have. I mean, there's duct tape everywhere. There's cardboard everywhere. But it is the best thing when you see these kids so excited about the fact that they can create things out of recyclables and make things work. We print little 3D printed things for our 3D printers was not working, so we jerry-rigged and we made them work. We just have so many cool things that happen at our school that I absolutely love. Let me make sure I got everything covered that I need to cover because I have 43 seconds. I don't know if I have anything else to say other than the whole culture of RSTEM is amazing. I've never worked with a staff that cares for the kids the way that this school does. And if anybody ever needs help, there's multiple people running, and I love that about our school. And I think it's awesome. So thank you guys, and I'm serious, you guys really should come hang out with me in my Makerspace lab because it is so fun. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, can you hear me? The
other mic.
Oh.
Go for that.
Hi, my name is Crystal
Okay. Hi, my name is Crystal Elliott Oriana, and I wasn't actually going to speak, but based on everybody, I just had to say how much I love this school. I am both a staff member, I'm a school psychologist, but I also am a parent of 2 kids there that I had a lot of different schools that are amazing in this county that I've worked at, and I actually had an opportunity, and they said, which school do you want your kids to go to? And I actually left the state and I came back to work at Reading STEM Academy because it's that amazing. We are working really hard. I wanted to address maybe some of your guys' questions. We do track data with curriculum-based measures academically that are kind of like, I think of it like the blood pressure test of different academic skills. So we do that multiple times a year, and that's how we develop our groups for Academy. And then for the behavior side of looking at what do we need in the social emotional groups, for grades 3 through 8, we do Kelvin, we do that screener, and then for the younger grades, we also look at, and older grades, the both parents and teacher feedback. So if they say, hey, we really need this, and we look in the group, we also look at that Swiss data. So all of those things together is what we do to decide what groups we need to do, or if we really need to do individual, or if we need to look and see if there's something going on like a disability. And so what I love about this school is we are almost like that, we look at our data and we look at the science and we say, okay, this program looks like this matches what the needs of our kids are. And when we're not seeing the data that we want, then we're making those changes. So my hope is with the math data, particularly, when we looked at our data and we're like, oh, we don't like it, we found a curriculum, we tested it, Mrs. Doro and I, in one classroom, and then we found a better curriculum that's based off of that data, and we said, okay, we're gonna purchase that, and we started from the ground up. So if we look at our kindergarten, our first grade, our second grade, that data looks really good. I think that when we see it in a couple years, because the data that you saw is from the state testing 3rd grade and up, we're not there yet. You're not gonna see the data until a couple years happen. Once we get that data going, our hope is that it's gonna go up. The big thing that everybody should know is that the sticky skills for math is really subtraction 0 to 9 and division.
And so those are the skills that every school probably is working on, and that's our things that we're looking at. And we're seeing that from the first year we implemented Spring Math to now, which we implemented it 2 years ago, so this is the third year that we just started it. We're seeing that the data of how quickly the classes are learning that is so much quicker. So I'm looking at it and I'm so excited for when those kids that started in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, when they get to sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, they're gonna have their math facts down. They're gonna be ready to carry, multiply, borrow, all of those things for all those extra skills. And for Spring Math, that is paper and pencil because the research and the data that the program created. Oh, I gotta go. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to comment? We really encourage everybody to speak up. It's your opportunity to tell us how you feel.
Hello, my name's Taylor Durfee, and I am a teacher, and it's interesting that as a teacher I would have stage fright, but this terrifies me, but I'm gonna be brave for my school. I actually am a homegrown in a lot of ways. When I was a student, before this was Reading STEM, it was Northwoods, and I was a student there long ago. And I ended up finding my way back when my son, who's now in high school, was in kindergarten. And I started out as a volunteer. Then I was a yard duty, and I was getting my bachelor's at Chico State in psychology. And the previous principal was like, hey, why don't you teach PE? And I was like, sure. And I was not qualified at all. And so they really believed in me and grew me to where I am now. This is my 4th year teaching 3rd grade, and I've come so far. And I wanted to just address something I was thinking back there, all the not problems, but areas of growth that we have with our math scores and our behaviors. And I don't think you're gonna find a group of more problem-solving teachers and staff members when and I think it's been addressed enough times, but I do want you to know, if we've got a problem, we fix it. We think about all these creative ways of how can we reach these kids, and we teach the kids, if something's going wrong, how can we fix it? And I think that's rare, and I think that's worth celebrating, and so that's why I decided, even though I'm shaking, to come up here and talk about it. So I really do stand with our school. I love our school, and I think we definitely earned a 5-year charter renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I don't have much to say, but I just want to say on the academy before school, my son struggled to read really, really bad last year. He was in academy all year. This year, he can't go to bed without reading a book on his own. Never have to ask sir or book.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, you may.
So I have no attachment to the STEM Academy. I have a point, I promise. But I had some learning challenges when I was young as well. And for a program called the Sylvan Learning Center that I went to, they helped me give some really good learning and life skills that I use to this day. And so these programs do make a difference, and I thought I'd just add that to the record.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, please? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Chris Jeffrey. I'm a parent of 3 kids who have gone through our STEM. My wife spoke earlier, but I'm just a parent, so I don't work there. What I can say is that all 3 of my kids, I've seen them develop at the school. Their skills have increased over time. They're doing well. I can also say that our daughter, at one point we had her go to Turtle Bay, and not to throw any shade at Turtle Bay, but she was there for a year. We appreciated the school, but she preferred going to our STEM. That was the school that she really, now she's in 8th grade, she's been there since. And so I do believe the teachers, they invest in the kids. They're very involved. If you want to ask a question, if you have concerns about your child, they're willing to listen. They work with the children, try different things to help them. And so, yeah, that's my statement. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm serious. We want to hear what you have to say, because we can't know what you think about your school unless you tell us, so. And it sounds like you really like it. So thank you very much for your time. With that, I'm going to close the public comment and close the public hearing on the STEM Academy at this time.
There's a Jessica and a me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jessica?
I just wanted to say that I'm so inspired by all these parents. Just having, I'm a parent myself, and having worked in PTA and other schools, it is so hard to get parents to come out, to turn them out to stuff like this. And I'm really just proud of you, especially the ones that were terrified to get up there. And it reminded me of this quote about let your light shine, and it gives others permission to do the same. And I saw each one of you come up and be brave, and then the next one was like, okay, I could do it too. And the next one's like, oh, I could do it too. But I just encourage you to ask your fellow parents at your school to join you next time. Bring double the amount of people, and keep showing up for your school and being part of everything you can, because it does make a world of difference. So congratulations, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. You don't have to stay for the rest of our meeting. You can go ahead and go. Mr. Foreman, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is according to Robert's Rules of Order, but I am looking at the time, we're 6:45, and I would like to propose that prevention team be tabled until January. That presentation will last a little bit of time.
Is there any objection from the board?
No.
Then we will table the substance use prevention, which is item 8, and we will move directly now back to item 7, which is chrysalis.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Maggie. I owe you 2 hours of your life. Thank you.
Do I get to use this microphone? This one here?
Feel free to wander around the room, Mr. D.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Tim Drury. I'm the administrator at Chrysalis Charter School. This is my second year there. In the last, I'll say, 18 months that I've been there, or been around, I've learned a lot. I've grown a lot. We've had some, I'll say, some ups and downs. We've had some challenges, and we're making some strides and some headways in a lot of areas, which is fun. I'll just from the beginning, we're staff divided sometimes, for sure. When I came in, the joke was there's north side versus south side, and the north side of the building was 4th through 8th grade, and the south side was kindergarten through 3rd. And the groups of teachers, just because of the age difference, there was a little clash in how are we gonna all agree on what we want to do together. Chrysalis is considered a teacher-powered school, much different school setup than many other you'll ever see. As an administrator, I have less power as an administrator than any administrator in Shasta County. I am one of 14 because every single one of our teachers as a staff member gets a vote in how we do everything and how we operate and the curriculum we choose and how we spend our money, down to if it costs $300 or more, we're going to vote on it as a staff to see if that's going to be a purchase that we want to make. So when we have 14 people in a room for a staff meeting, trying to get 14 to come to a 2/3 consensus sometimes is not easy. And sometimes that item that many administrators might say, I'm going to just come in and, hey, this is what's best for us, and come into to the staff and say, hey, we made these decisions. At our school, that might take 3 weeks to get that same decision. And many other administrators would just say, hey, that's That's me making this decision for the best of the team. So it's true shared leadership, but that's hard. Sometimes that's hard. Our mission, encouraging the light within each student to shine brighter. Our hope is to make it so every single child, and sometimes we eliminate that each student, the light within to shine brighter, within everybody. Our staff members, our students, make who they are better with who they want to be and build them up and with what they need, what they want, where they want to go. That's our job. If you want to follow us on social media, here we go. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. I will say our social media presence is about to become a little bit stronger. One of the things that I believe is when you flood the market with positivity, when there's negativity out there, people are going to say, wait a minute, I see all these great things that are happening. One of the things that we're developing right now within the school is a number of committees. One of that is a marketing and outreach committee. And we're just coming up with a social media layout plan to try to say, hey, we're doing some amazing things. Let's get the word out a little bit more. Jumping right into enrollment in some of the demographics for us. You can see our enrollment at the top. It's probably the easiest way to see it. The graph is just so close. We're down a little bit this year. We have a couple classes that are definitely smaller. And that's part of that marketing plan is to improve our ADA and our enrollment. Breaking down the demographics, we're at 38.9% socially economic disadvantaged. We have 10.2% students with disabilities, and you can see the race and ethnicity numbers there. I don't need to share specifics on all that. You can see those numbers. Current enrollment per grade level. This is who's enrolled in the class. One thing that we do have, so our numbers could be bigger, but as part of our teacher agreement, it says max enrollment as part of the teacher contract and us saying, hey, we want to have small class sizes. Our teachers have decided our kindergarten class is never going to be bigger than 18. Our first grade class is not going to be bigger than 19. Second and third grade won't be bigger than 20. Fourth grade 24 and fifth through eighth grade 25. So we're going to have smaller class sizes with that same mentality. Our teachers have said, we know that our salaries are going to be modest. They're probably not going to compare to others, but the trade-off is we have smaller class sizes. So we could boost up those numbers, and in some grades, I mean, I'll say third grade. I'll say Crystal Padilla, one of our teachers, one of the best teachers I've seen in my 30 years in education. She's amazing in everything she does, the systems that are in place. People should be coming in and watching what she does every day because she's that good. Sometimes I just tell my teachers, let's get you a half-day sub and just sit there in the back of the room in her class. She's good. And she's got 8 people on that waiting list because people know and the word gets around. Those 20 students that are, or it says 20 students in our class, they're not going to be going anywhere. There's a couple other teachers that are developing. We have a couple teachers that are first year at our school. We have our 5th grade teacher, for example. She was an art teacher for a number of years and came in and said, hey, I want to teach 5th grade. And she got to the point where she said, I got a lot to learn when it came from the multiple subject credential to having an art credential. She's come a long ways this year. As we get to some of the test scores, and we look across the board, some of that was newer teachers. Some of our scores went down a little bit. Here we go. We look at the dashboard. We're orange everywhere. Some of those numbers have gone down from the past. Our suspension rate, for example, when you're a small school, our suspension rate went up, caused us to go down to orange. We suspended in 24, 25, that would be at 23, 24, they suspended 3 students from our school, and the next year we suspended 5 total students, which causes an increase in your suspension rate. Suspension rate is all about not how many days of suspension, but how many actual kids are suspended for one day. So when just 2 students, when you're only a very small school, makes a big difference. This is a little bit more of a breakdown of where we are with all of that data. We're in the orange in a lot of areas. One of the things, because we've gone down, our staff has looked at these numbers pretty darn close to the point where what do we need to do to combat these items, to make some improvements. And we have a number of different committees, and it's great that we're such a teacher-powered school that's saying we're getting together in these committees, and now these smaller groups are going to come back to the big group. And instead of 14 people trying to make the decisions, those committees of 3 and 4 are being empowered to make decisions for the whole school. Unfortunately, I don't want to say unfortunately, fortunately, I'm pretty much a member of every committee. So when I have 11 committees, it's like, well, it seems like I'm in a meeting all the time for X, Y, and Z, but we're trying to get things done. Skelly does our finances for us. Michelle Butcher works with Jody Willis, my office manager, and I. We're talking to her weekly. She does a great job. I love that she pushes and pulls. It's like, hey, you want to do this, we can pull this money from over here and put it in this spot, and we can make that happen. What about this project? Can we get this done? She'll manipulate the numbers to make it look like, well, you can spend that out of here. So manipulation may not be the best way to say it, but it's she makes it work with what's allowable. We got a healthy reserve, 3.7 million there. She was talking about these numbers. Actually, my real board meeting is at 4:30 on Wednesday, is the second board meeting of the Wednesday of the month. So I had to move my board meeting so I could come talk to you tonight. So that's all right. So we had our board meeting last night, and we went over the first interim number. So it was fun to see we're in good shape for the next few years. These are iReady scores, and this is the growth that we made in 24 and 2025. One thing that I'll say about CASP scores versus iReady scores, the CASP scores are a snapshot of how kids did over 2 or 3 days of testing. The iReady scores we are doing throughout the year and pretty much, in my mind, are a more accurate representation of where our kids stand. In reading here, it shows that we made, as a school, 125% growth. In math, that was 107% growth over the year, which was, in my mind, pretty darn good. One of the things that Chrysalis does not do is give a true report card. We don't give you A through F report cards. Your report cards are going to be based on, this is where you stand at this point in the year when it comes to your true ability. It's not my teacher's opinion. It is, this is where your academic skills are. And that's what goes home with report cards and is reported out at parent conferences. So here's ELA and math. These latest numbers, we're at 48.41% that met or exceeded the standard in ELA, and 40.13 in math. That's a little bit down in English, but it's up in math. We have had a focus. We're involved with SCOE's math coaching series, and we have a teacher that's working with a number of teachers here that's seeing some improvement in some of the scores. When you see how Chrysalis compares to the state of California and Shasta County even, some of those numbers look pretty good. We do have, we have some higher numbers at the top, but we're right there. We also have some students that are at the bottom at the same time. This becomes math. Again, this has been a focus over the last year, our math scores. When you look at how we've compared to the county and in the state, we're not too bad. We're not too bad. One thing that I hate to do is just read numbers off that screen to you. Sometimes by looking at it, it gives you a visual. One thing I will say, our STEM Academy, when they had their notes on the side, I was like, dang it, I should have done that. That looks better than mine. So I know for next time. Science scores, I'll say, this has been a huge discussion for us. As Chrysalis Charter Schools, their focus is being a science and nature school. We've had this recent conversation after looking at test scores is that number needs to be a lot higher if we're a science and nature school. And we talked about the revamping of how we're teaching science and looking at have we been out, getting out, doing field studies and participating in a number of field studies with a focus truly more on nature than it is the science and the science standards and meeting those guidelines. And that, we have a visioning day. We take January 6th off. It's Tuesday, so we don't go back to school until Wednesday, January 7th. And our visioning day on January 6th is going to be relooking at everything we do at every grade level to determine what are we going to do to revamp science versus just science and nature. Part of that is going to be creating that portrait of a graduate. What do we want someone who leaves Chrysalis Charter School to look like? What skills do they need to have when it truly becomes science and nature? And the goal is to bring that score up a bunch. We look at Chrysalis in compared to Shasta County. Again, a science and nature school. Those numbers should be better in my mind. Are we better than the state of California? Of course. We have a number of students that are close throughout Shasta County for sure, but I want to see a lot more blue and green when that comes up next year. Oh, just talking about some of the programs that we have on campus. One of the things, my goals today was really to share with you and appreciate some of the opportunities that the county office gives us. Project Share is great for us. Just can give you they come in, they have a number of kids in the after-school program. Our transportation, I know I meet with Austin next week to talk about transportation. I hope that's a good conversation. And Rich, as our bus driver, is amazing. One of the things that happens during Halloween is everybody dresses up, and he's like, hey, do you care if I dress up, bringing the kids to school? Darn right. We loved having him work with us and our staff. Junction does our food services. On the left is how we used to serve lunch outside of the janitor's closet. But we got the multi-purpose room, and we're serving lunch inside, so that's exciting. One of the things that I also was appreciative of, county brought in Rocky Heron over the last number of years. This is a quick story about this girl. Zoe is one of the most shy girls there is in the history of shy girls. After this, she had shared that she wanted to go up and get this picture with him. She doesn't want anybody to touch her ever. And when he put his arm around her, I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is not going to be a good thing. but she was so happy to hold Mike Tyson's championship belt and get this picture. So it was fun to see that. Her dad said, I don't even know that she knows who Mike Tyson is. And I was like, that's okay. This was a big win for me. Just some of the traditions we have what's called tree assemblies, family volunteer days, field studies, Ron Clark Academy houses. It's kind of like a Harry Potter type of system that gets the 5th through 8th graders together. We take camping and rafting trips together. We do have a fall festival put on by the parent club. This year we did a Veterans Day celebration that was very well attended and went very well. PBIS is a big part of what we do. We have what's our PBIS motto is Chrysalis Coyotes shine. The coyotes are safe, are helpful, show integrity, respect nature, and encourage the light within others to shine brighter. And again, that's our motto. We were a 2025 Gold Implementation PBIS school. Our tree assemblies used to be called tree assemblies because they were outside under the big tree. We brought it inside because we got this multi-purpose room. We broke it in half. It allowed us to do a lot more fun. So some of the tree assemblies are outside and many of them become inside. So this room on the left, this multi-purpose room, is being used a bunch now. I love the fact that we are rewarding kids, and sometimes when their parents are there, we get pictures of the kids with their parents with those awards, and we invite the kids in. This particular awards are awards that were given for the houses, or the Ron Clark Academy that I mentioned. We have a number of family and staff volunteer days, 3 times last year. We just have, before school started, we had parents and students coming in and just getting the school ready for, hey, let's open the doors. We have some of the parents bring out the big equipment, moving trees, planting trees, and just doing some work for us just because, hey, they want to provide an opportunity for our kids. Continues, we did some painting. We had pressure washing, window washing. George Lowe on the bottom right there, he has the same tool. He's like, I can do the same job every year. I'm just tightening up all these screws on this table because I could just have the same screwdriver that's in my bag right now. I know where it is. We go on field studies, and some of the we try to get kids out as much as we can. We say that it's like almost every Friday, but it's sometimes when opportunities arise. Homeschool, or the beauty of homeschool is that teacher is creating opportunities. We have 2 different homeschool teachers that creates opportunities all over, and she's doing all sorts of fun field trips. 3rd grade went to Shasta Dam, had a great trip there. 6th grade headed to their field study at the Hat Creek Radio Observatory, and took the tour in the tunnel, or in the caves. A little bit about the houses. You spin in the house as a 5th grader, and then we do all sorts of activities in those houses. There's 4 different houses that are involved there. I know my time's quick. I'm gonna get done. Even our staff members spin, and you have 4 different houses you can come into. We have house games. We have a lot of activities. One thing that I've kind of shared in the past, the more fun the kids are having, the more they're willing and apt to learn. We take our spring and fall camping trips. This was last year at Lake Siskiyous, very well attended. I took this picture because I wanted to try to get a couple certain people in the background. At my board meeting last night, I did the same presentation. They're like, why you look so worried, Tim? I'm like, that was my first camping trip ever right there. So, but we've had camp kitchen. We have parents and family members of staff members who cook all of our meals. So we have 200 people. This last fall, we went to Hat Creek. Paul, one of the founders of the school, he said one of the very first camping trips we ever took was to the same Hat Creek campground, and they used one of the group sites. We used all 3, so it was good. Litter patrol, we have a teacher that comes in, and hey, we're going to make sure that campsite is cleaner than when we left. Campfire time's priceless. We have skit night. We call it Ranger Paul stories. He comes and tells some stories around the campfire. One of the things that we also had started just last year in Siskiyous is our staff members get to serve all the kids and all the food. And that is a great way to make some connections. Again, that's when we went to Monterey last spring. Monterey camping trip included the beach, tide pools, Monterey Bay Aquarium, and when you get 200 students and family members there, it makes a big difference. We go rafting trips down the Sacramento River in late August. Families and students on the river, that's always a good time. Not something typically you'd see in a lot of schools. Fall Festival, I love the fact that we have parents and students that get dressed up for the Fall Festival, put on by the Parents Club. It's a lot of fun. There's a haunted house, there's the parade. We get into it and spend a little time having fun with kids. Veterans Day, every grade level came together with a little bit of a tribute to our veterans. We invited any veterans and family members of veterans from our school. Had about 150 people show up to that, and we had the city of Reading came and hung the flag. It was a great day to honor those who served. Every week I put out the Coyote Howl. It's kind of, hey, this is what we do with our newsletter letter for the week. And we started doing these shout outs. We had staff members or parents be able to shout out and talk about all the good things people are doing. We had 3 teachers that went in and visited one of our students that was in the Frog and the Toad a couple weekends ago. And it was just Christina Young, she's a board member and a parent, just the appreciation that some of our parents give is pretty amazing. Again, a couple more shout outs. We have a brand new aide. We have some aides that are very young, but are really gaining some skills. We have 2 LCAP goals. All students will experience high quality instruction focused on science and nature, integrated with core subjects in a teacher powered school. In everything we do, whether it's English or math, we try to have some sort of science component mixed in. The second goal is encouraging the light within each student to shine brighter. And that's such a broad goal with what we can do, and it allows us to do a lot of things. We have to create opportunities for students and staff to learn, work, and play together. And we have the older kids working with the younger kids, working on some projects. I have kids in my office all the time. Girl on the right, she said, gosh, you're the best principal ever. I thought that was hilarious because she was in the office because she made a bad decision, and it was fun. She was like, oh, but you're the best, Mr. D. It was a lot of fun. We do about once every other month as a staff, we do what's called Friday Frolics. When we get together, we all went axe throwing. So that was a lot of fun. We did that, staff members and their family. We try to get people in and out of our class. This on the right, we have a lead aide that runs all of the recess, and she does games and activities. This girl over here, all those pictures are the staff members' baby pictures, and she guessed like 18 out of the 24 staff members, she guessed right. So she won that prize. Distraction test, Miss Crystal, I told you in 3rd grade, she teaches her kids, you can't get distracted at all. If anybody comes in, you're just focusing on what you're doing, and I'm gonna press the distraction button, and no one's going to ever allow you to lose focus. So I said, yeah, but watch this. So I brought in 2 dozen donuts, and I sat on the carpet, and I was like, hey, anybody want to come over and have some donuts? And nobody budged. So after about 10 minutes of me trying to make it happen, I finally said, all right, you guys win. Great job. You guys can still have all the donuts. But one kid he had tears coming down his face because he wanted the donuts so bad. It was so good, but she does a great job of training up her kids. Occasionally on Fridays, I mean, I'll bring pumpkin spice lattes. I did root beer floats, and I'll just do the delivery to staff and students and walk around. I'm wearing my Team Altruismo t-shirt. That's one of the houses. That's the house that I spun into. One of the things that I do every morning, every kid and every parent that walks up, I'm fist bumping. I got some music playing, and I get to see if the kids are having a good day or a bad day. I get to talk to parents, and it's a great time to just get to know kids. I have a number of students that will come up and want to hang out with me up there. These three sometimes where they say, hey, it's a dance party. Here we go. So that's how we start our mornings. From 7:30 to 8:30, I'm out on the curb. We also have a staff soup making competition on the week of the Super Bowl, and we call it the Super Bowl. And we have a Super Bowl champion. Ms. Halsey, our secretary, was our Super Bowl champion last year. Got her a gift card to West Coast Sourdough. I took 4th place because they said that my soup was a chili, and I said there's no such thing as chili in a soup contest. It was a Texas bean soup is what it was, but they didn't like it. I do run some math groups sometimes. The word on the street is me as an English teacher that I didn't like math. And I was like, wait a minute, I like math. I'm just an English teacher. That's what I used to be. Again, we have a lot of fun with science and nature. And I know that I was supposed to go a lot less time than this because I know you're going to be here till like 11:30.
You owe me lunch.
Dang it. That's all right. But hey, thank you for all your support. I know that there's a number of people that I work with. I think Nate was here, yes. I'm in contact with Nate. If I need anything, he's a huge support. Thank you very much, Colin. But I appreciate all your support, and what our STEM was doing earlier, we'll be doing next year. So going through that process. So any questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Jessica? No, we're good? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drury.
We are skipping board initiatives, item number 8. We will go on to item number 9, which is approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda are action items that are routine and are items for which no discussion is anticipated and are acted on by a single vote. Board members may request that any item be removed and given individual consideration. Do any board members wish to pull items off the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, sir. And a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Jacob? Aye. Arthur?
No.
Jessica?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
I'm sorry? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Moving on to item number 10, which is information. We have administrative services and instructional services. Does anybody need to discuss any of the 3 items under information? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 11, which is our action agenda. Item 1.1.1 is the first interim budget. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, President Brown. So we had the budget study session earlier. Again, I apologize for going a few minutes long on that. It is a very large budget, and I hope that you see the effort that was put into really giving you the details, because we want you as trustees to feel confident about the budget that we've prepared. And then I would just also like to recognize that although Lindsay, Bianca, and I are the ones that are charged to present the budget to you here, the report that is in your packet is the result of a lot of really incredible work by a team of people in our business services department, and so I want to recognize those efforts. We didn't have time for questions during the session, so if you have any, I'll entertain those now. And other than that, we would ask you to consider action to approve a positive certification of our first interim budget.
Discussion. Mr. Gorman.
Now, one of the questions I was going to ask, we ran out of time, is I saw the $10 million that we had set aside for board initiatives and whatnot earlier. I think that you had already planned that out. Is that what I saw?
Well, so there's assigned balances in the fund balance, in the general fund unrestricted fund balance, right? There's assigned balances. So what you saw there was that, yeah, there are plans within those. Those are plans of things that we're hoping may come to fruition. They're our best guess of what the future might hold in terms of what those funds could be used for. However, they are still designated balances in the fund balance because there isn't a budget that's been assigned to those things or a service that's been attached to those, so they aren't inserted into a current year budget. An example of that would be in the fund balance, you see the $800,000 for the West Admin Building. That was based on a resolution that this board took in 2023, so we designated those funds in the fund balance. Those will not move into an expenditure out of the fund balance until, and if you approve a donation agreement, that solidifies the plan for those to go into a budget. And so within that fund balance, to your point, because there's not a spending plan attached with those fund balance things, what we are asking you to do is to approve the positive certification of our budget, and there can be continuing ongoing dialogue about those fund balances, right? Mike, as our superintendent, and engaging in those conversations with our trustees. But that was our best effort to demonstrate to you what it would look like to spend those $10 million based on priorities that have come up not only from trustees, but through the work with districts.
Right, so what I'm getting at is, I said, you guys gave us $10 million and told us to actively think about what we need to spend on. Then I saw $1.8 million for board initiatives, and the rest of it was spent on the desires of the staff. So that leaves us with less than $8 million to spend when we were told to spend $10 million. So what I'm getting at is, when you asked us to do something and you give us a big number, then it gets presented up there like the staff came up with the number, it all divvied out for us without our input and discussion. It doesn't look like it was done in a lot of good faith, because we should be doing that as the board and having open discussion with the $10 million in front of the public to see what taxpayer money needs to go, not to security. I mean, not that we don't want better fencing and better infrastructure and all that kind of stuff, but you asked us to do a job and you guys kind of did it for us. So I wouldn't approve the budget based on that, because I think that needs to be pulled out of it, that $10 million, and us as a board need to discuss on where we want to put that money instead of it being directed to us.
I hope we can see, I hope the board can actually see fingerprints from conversations that we have had in this setting in the first interim budget. I would also qualify it as an interim budget, that the budget at adoption was approved 7-0, and we left from that with the discussion to spend down surplus, which I believe we have done. In addition to having conversations with the board, we have been having conversations with districts, with district partners. We have, from the initiative conversation, yes, the initiative landed on a staff shortage, but the initiative conversation, that time that we spent with the board, also brought up things like positive childhood experiences. So when we look at my superintendent's priorities, like this is at an interim, The same process will continue for second interim. The same process will continue with a 26-27 adopted budget in the development of that. To spend $10 million from adopted in July to December is, to me, feels rather maybe reckless, right? I think we've had the conversations. I believe that Austin did a great job and Lindsay in presenting that not all questions have been answered. But I hope that you do see some responsiveness. I think that we had a vulnerable conversation and acknowledged that we have not adequately spent the revenue that we've been receiving. That has led to an uncomfortably large ending fund balance, especially in the conversations that we have in the context of districts and their budgets tightening. So I'm having conversations with what does expelled youth services look like? Expelled youth services is not a 4-month answer, right? We've been having these conversations for some time. I think that some of the conversations that we have been having, I have been on the hunt for positive childhood experiences. I'm having conversations with the YMCA and looking at their Y Club and looking at their tutoring. We're having conversations with Youth Options about peer court. We heard from public comment in this setting that peer court is one of those positive childhood experiences. So I think that I hope that the board would acknowledge the responsiveness and that this is a continuing conversation that we can be having. I think that we have received a lot of input from our board trustees, from our internal programs, from our districts, and I think that the development of a first interim budget is in response to all of those things and in the spirit of responsibly spending down these dollars, right? I think, actually, Trustee Gorman, I appreciated the feedback that you gave us in this setting where you reached out to our associations and said, hey, Joan, what do you need, right? And that's actually why we're off schedule providing $3,000 to every person in the organization in January in response to comments like that. We're just not able to, in the window that we have to develop a first interim budget, we are not able to answer all of the future commitments. I do appreciate those two circles on that slide because we closed with 2.3 and we acknowledge that we have to have a more responsive spending plan so that we can be responsible, right? I think that if we can get to a place where we can, if all of those things come to fruition, be in a place where we have reduced our ending fund balance to $10 million in a way that is responsive to board directive and to our partners, then I think that that's worthy of board consideration and board certification. We're just certifying that this has been the process. The first interim is before you. We believe that it is a responsive living document, and we meet our obligations for future multi-year projections as far as like what are our liabilities, and that's the question before the board. I hope that helps.
Jessica.
So first, I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. Like you said, there's how many budgets? Tons of hours have gone into this. I really appreciate it. Just one question I had was in regards to the $577,000 for the was that for the $3,000 stipend to all? And can we clarify that a little bit more? I know there was an acronym there that I didn't understand, so I was wondering what the acronym was. And then I was wondering, you mentioned retro pay, how far? And then I'm just wondering questions around, just for transparency, around how it will be tracked to whether this funding will be, how it affects the staffing shortage, and also, was there ever have we done this before? That's another question. So just some more questions surrounding that for more transparency for the public.
Yeah, so the 3,000 off has been done before. The 3,000 off, the total cost, I believe, so 454 employees. I believe it's I'm looking at Lindsay, $1.4 million for the 3% off. the 3,000 off per 1.0 FTE. That is something that we have done in the past. I think that in the past, we've done it as part of our negotiations. This is in working with our associations. I think it was a 1.4, the 1.4 percentage was the percentage increase that would constitute applying that to all the employees in the organization. And I think transparency, you bring up a great point. That's why it is an item on this agenda, just for the information, so that it is transparent, that we are letting the members of the public and all of our employees know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Then I need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we pass the budget with the exception of the $10 million that we were told to budget from the board.
Okay, I want to remind the trustee that we do not have a line item veto authority. We can either move to approve the first interim budget, or we can move to deny the first interim budget.
Well, I think we should
can't
just talk
take
because
things
under
out of the
education
budget.
code, under education code, it says that we need to go by line underneath the budget.
I'm going to refer this one to our attorney.
So if you want to bring up education code, we can do that.
The education code doesn't specifically address a so-called line item veto. It's up to the board. If the board doesn't approve the current budget, certainly board member comments can inform what sort of different budget they would approve. But there is not a, the board president is correct, there's not a line item veto per se.
So I need either a motion to approve or a motion to deny.
I put a motion up. We can take that off if we want.
No, sir. You've heard from the attorney.
I don't agree with the attorney.
I've
read
made a ruling.
education law.
No, sir, would you let me talk?
Well, you didn't let me talk.
No, sir.
You're just interrupting.
No, sir.
When I'm pointing out something incorrect, you don't like it, so that's fine.
I'm calling a recess at this time for 5 minutes. I need to talk to you.
You can talk to me right here in public. I'm not going anywhere with you, Robert. Right here on the microphone, in public, so it's transparent. If you want to talk, let's talk.
I'm not going to let you break the rules. I'm not going to let you violate the basic rules of the ed code. We're at recess.
You need to read the education code again.
We have an attorney.
He didn't read the education code. He's wrong. He's reading it right now. He's looking it up on Google or whatever platform he's using.
We're in recess.
Well, we can be in recess and talk. People don't need to listen.
We're returning to action item 11.1.1, the first interim budget. At this point in time, I will accept a motion to either approve or deny the budget.
I make a motion to deny the budget.
Is there a second? Motion fails for want of a second. Is there a motion to approve the budget?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded that we approve the first interim budget. Teresa?
Yeah.
Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
No?
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
No.
And I affirm as well. That vote is 4-3 in favor. Moving on to item 11.1.2, the Whiskeytown Environmental School Agreement.
Thank you,
Ms.
Board
Pearl.
President. So this one has been an item on our agenda for several times, and it's been pushed till December, and we're excited to have our national parks partners here and finally being able to bring this donation agreement before all of you. As we've covered previously, on August 9th, 2023, the Shasta County Board of Education took unanimous action to approve a resolution of assigning $1.8 million to the reconstruction of the Administration and Health Services building at West following the car fire. At that time, there wasn't a timeline on when the reconstruction efforts would begin in earnest out there because there was a significant amount of fundraising that needed to happen because this $1.8 million donation is only part of a much larger fundraising effort that's going on out there. And so I'm happy to report that with the incredible efforts of West community, as well as the National Park Service. They have developed a plan. They've done a lot of fundraising, and they are ready to move forward with construction. And so National Park Service reached out to us and let us know that they were ready to move forward, and as a part of that, they would like to access that $1.8 million that was set aside. And so we worked together, as well as with legal counsel, to draft the donation agreement before you, which is in response to the resolution that the board took action on in August. I would like to welcome Whiskeytown Park Superintendent Josh Hoynes, and he is here to provide the board an update on where they are with the reconstruction efforts out at West Camp, and specifically what this $1.8 million donation will be going towards.
Sorry, I'm not used to microphones. I just like to talk to people. Thank you, Austin. So first I'd like to say thank you, Mike, Austin, the whole staff, all the way down to Nate and Taliana out here. You guys are an absolute pleasure to work with, and I couldn't be more proud of showing up tonight. I asked staff to come. I didn't tell them we were being surprised with partner recognition, so thank you, and thank you for the timing of that. It resonated really soundly with our team, and so thank you. I am grateful to be here tonight, and I appreciate your patience with us. And in coming, we've had a few hurdles to get over this year, and we're here now. And what I am going to talk about is where we're at. It's the rebuild of the Whiskeytown Environmental School. It's the SCOE donation agreement specifically. But to get to that, I'm going to go over probably quickly or slowly, depending on where you guys are. I think you guys probably all know this. You guys all went to the school, right? I didn't. It was burned down when I got here, right? So I'm coming into it fresh. You guys all know it way better than I do, but the history and the background I'm going to touch on, the overall status of where we're at, and where we are, where the donation fits into our plan for this, and specifically this admin building. And then I'm going to show you guys some conceptual designs that we've paid for at this point. And with any construction project, nothing happens by accident, right? Nothing good happens by accident anyway, is what I meant to say. So it takes a little bit of time. We start with conceptual drawings, and then we get into schematic, and then we go to construction drawing, and then actual construction. And so that's where I want to show you where this fits in and how this donation will be used. Hey, look at that. Right after shortly I arrived, the car fire had happened. I came in February of 2019. 6 months, it was still dark, everything was blackened, nothing was standing. By November of 2019, I pulled together people from SCOE. I pulled together people from our team and from the Whiskeytown Environmental School community, and we talked about what partners needed to be engaged. We talked about, is there a future here? Can we put something together? This represents a giant butcher paper thing that we put together, and I just wanted you guys to see that this goes back to even like time in memoriam until the car fire, and the future's not written, but you guys have an option to help rewrite the future of Whiskeytown Environmental School. So the background, we administer the site. It belongs to the National Park Service. It's in Whiskeytown National Recreation Area's holding. We maintain the buildings and do all of the stuff. We were built for recreation and conservation together. The Whiskeytown Environmental School's got a 50-plus year history of being in existence on the site. It fosters environmental awareness. With you guys at the helm running the program, we really lean into the science curriculum and outdoor education. And it's a really proud point that I have, that we have this program in the park and continues to this day. The program, like I said, is managed by you. We lost 9 of the 16 cabins in the fire. And when we brought some architects out to look at the cabins that were remaining, they pulled off the siding and they looked at it, and basically they said to me, the only reason these are still standing is because the termites are holding hands. Where we are today is the cabins have now come down because they weren't sound and ready to be up. We couldn't put people back in them, even in the state they were in. In 2023, you guys pledged the $1.8 million to the admin building to help bring it back. It would go towards this very building at the very front of the campus. So there's the history, but the admin building would be where everybody gets orientation. If somebody new comes to the campus when kids are out there, there's a presence at the front, right? It really works to help make a more secure site. These are just some pictures of the campus as it was and where we're going. We work with our partners really closely. Sorry, my notes are out of order. Somebody's handled them. That wasn't me. But the school itself, 1960s, National Environmental Education Development Center. 1971, we entered into a relationship with SCOE, and really proud of that, and it's an ongoing relationship that continues to this day. We have an agreement to run the program together that it expires at the end of the month, but we have a 1-year extension ready to go and on the books, waiting just, I think, review. So it'll be in place until we can set up another, and that year will allow us to continue the education program under the right legal instrument, because things have changed since that one was created in 2016. So restoration and modernization of the site is paramount to where we're going. We want to make it completely inclusive. We want to have all kids welcome at West. My goal would be that as it becomes online, that we're going to use it year-round. So it could become a community asset that could be reserved and utilized, could be for when the school isn't there, because with the relationship we have, we're going to make SCOE the primary resident or tenant there for most of the year, but when it's not in use, we're going to put it on a reservation system that people could use it under the heading of Legacy of Learning as we rebuild. I just have a map here, which is some of our conceptual drawings of the campus and how it might be in the future. The circled building in the bottom center is where this admin building would sit. Just to the left, or to the right of it, as you're looking at the screen, is when you come across the bridge, so it really is that doorstep and where people come in to the campus. Now, I added this slide because and it doesn't really show up well because those were colored dots, green and yellow and red. But you can read funded up there. So things that are funded are all green. Things that are unfunded were red on this. And some of them are just out years. They're programmed, we just don't have funding lined up for them yet. And where the next slide I'll show you is where your donation fits in. So remember I said there's schematic design, conceptual to schematic, schematic to construction drawing, and then you do construction. The way we've set this donation agreement up is that it's phased, and I'll go through that here in just a minute. But right now, what we would ask for is just under $100,000 to come to us so that we can enter into an contract with an architecture and engineering firm to take our conceptual drawing that I've shown you and turn that into a schematic design. And that schematic design is going to work with our staff, with your staff, and it's really going to highlight what are the important functions that need to be in that building so that we can get it down to a building we can afford. Because at $1.8 million, we can't afford a 4,000 square foot building. The last one of those that I just built cost me $6 million. So if you've seen our new Ranger Station at Oak Bottom, it was a $6 million build. So we have to get really good at this and make sure that we can build the building we can afford. We've talked about it for a really long time, so I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about what we've come up with is a phase design so that even if we can't afford the whole thing, we can do it in phases. The purpose of the agreement, I'll just breeze through this because this is high level, but we're reconstructing facilities. The donation would come to us as a donation. And then it's for the use of the admin site. You guys are going to end up with priority use of the campus, and we're going to lay that out in the other agreement. So that will be in a separate agreement from this, but because of this, we will have a condition to be able to do that. It establishes terms, conditions, covenants, et cetera. The effective term is upon signature. We still own the facilities. That eliminates any liability for you guys. As we build the building, if someday it falls down, they're going to sue the National Park Service. They're not going to sue SCOE. This is a phased schedule of donation. And our conceptual design, here's the building on top of that layout again. I put a star on it. And what we've done is we really looked hard at all of this stuff. There's public spaces in there. There's semi-public spaces. There's private spaces in what we've talked about. With folks and semi-private spaces and built a gradient across a structure. And so this is really conceptual. I think you guys have this in your packets tonight, just a couple of these images. But really, you can see there's a bus drop off, and this is the gradient. It starts from public spaces on the right and goes to private spaces on the left. The architect that I had available to me helped come up with this. And really what you see is there's the office space, there's meeting room, there's nursing station, and then you start to get into teacher housing, right? And they're close, but they're segregated. There's a breezeway between the two buildings, right? So you got your administrative function and some of this teacher housing that we've talked about. Here's just some schematics of what it might look like. They're really rough. It's a conceptual drawing. You can see the breezeway. You can see the front foyer with its covered awning there. We got a couple of different elevations here. But really, this is how it works. Assuming we get to signature, then $99,603.33 is going to go to this architecture and engineering firm. They're going to come out and visit our site, and we're going to get really into the nuts and bolts and figure out what needs to be included, what can be phased, what can be later. And they're going to take that information and build upon this. So the conceptual drawings go to schematic. Schematic then includes multiple layers, right? You get your electric, your plumbing. And so that's the next phase, is to start looking at that and then to finalize those. So when we go from schematic, we would come back and say, okay, we've got all of the elements in it, the construction drawing, and these are based on percentages that are industry-wide. And so I know the 99,603 is an exact number right now. The others are based on percentages for those. Those are good numbers that are used industry-wide. And so then we would come back and say, we're ready for the next installment. We'd give you an update. We'd show you the schematic at that point. Next phase, we'd come back and show you the construction drawing, right, that we've come up with, and give you the schedule of how we're going to go from there into actual dirt digging. And we're going to ask for that before each step. We're going to come. We're building in you guys have to talk to me a couple of times. I apologize. Anyway, there's some primary dependencies here. This year we've done demo last year. We're renovating the amphitheater, so we're going to rebuild the amphitheater this year. We demoed it last year. We took out the cabins last year. We've got some road work and some utility work that is also starting this year. we want to make sure we get the foundation right before we put buildings on top of anything. So we're going to take a hard look at the electric, the plumbing, the septic system. And so this is part of it, right? I said nothing good happens by accident, and so we've got a really good plan. I wish that graphic came through because it really shows it. You can see green, there's a lot of green on there, there's some yellow, and then just only a couple of red things. And where I don't have red, colored green or yellow, it's just they're far out on our timelines for budgets. And so they're just not programmed yet. There's some risk with this. The amphitheater will be the first thing we rebuild next year. That's great. We're going to get to that early in the spring. But then when we get into thinking about long-term, there's inflation risk. The costs of goods and services don't go down usually. And so as the longer this goes on, the more things are going to cost. And so we're now ready to start asking and moving into these next phases where we can really start to make some progress. There's some potential risk with federal funding. So we have built into this is a Centennial Challenge grant. That's on deck for in '27. And if we, for some reason, don't get that or aren't eligible, it doesn't blow up the project, right? The whole project is built on a way that we can phase it. The Centennial Challenge is capacity building and it allows us to go faster. So we take matching dollars and we show them in the Centennial Challenge and we receive dollars from that. It's the National Park Foundation or congressional money set aside. There's two pockets of money there that we would be able to tap into, assuming we meet all their requirements and are approved. There's about $15 million in that nationally any given year, and so we hope to really compete well for that. And, it is on the radar, but we have to wait till '26 to find out for '27 projects. So we should find out hopefully sometime this year. Operationally, I heard some discussion of maintenance and operation costs. Well, we've built a business plan to really talk about the use of the site outside of just the school. To really generate revenue and between the school and access to the site and then other uses. We think that maintaining all the buildings that we've got programmed is about $322,000 a year in today's dollars. But we can easily meet that with renting it out or leasing it through the recreation, federal recreation program. So getting a permit to go hiking or camping, something in a national park, it's probably the program with the greatest legal ease of doing this. So I'm really excited about where we're at. I hope you guys have seen where we're going, that there's a lot of good work behind this, and I will give you back your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Jackie?
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you in particular, but thank you. Are we just doing general discussion or? I'm sorry. General discussion now or questions for him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate this long-time partnership between the Park Service and SCOE, and I value the outdoor education. I think it was a great program. Can you run down just the overall numbers of how much has been raised and how much is yet to go?
Yes, so our partners up here, I'm going to invite Melinda up because they have the latest and greatest numbers. This is the Whiskeytown Environmental School Community. It's our philanthropic partner who can do the things. As an agent of the federal government, I'm not allowed to ask for money except under very, very finite circumstance. But we enter into an agreement with these guys and they help us. Come on up, Melinda. Our estimates right now for a complete rebuild with this design is about somewhere between 20 and 24 million. But that includes all the utilities, it includes all new cabins, this admin building, it's a redo of the systems at Hatcher Hall. And we plan on utilizing a lot of the donation dollars, like I said, with the Centennial Challenge, specifically to parlay. Building a cabin, you get 2 cabins with the matching dollars. And so that's where we're going. But it's about a $20 million project right now.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to address that question. We get that question a lot, actually. I would say we have raised
just about $6 million since May of 2022. And we've raised that through a combination of direct donations from large and small entities, as well as grants that we write for. I've written one congressional appropriation as well, but it's been sitting in hiatus because with continuing resolutions, it can't be funded. And we also, pledges. Two of our largest donors, three, including SCOE, are pledges. And we're moving forward continually, I would say, at a pretty good clip right now. The recent Back to Camp fundraiser that we had, we raised about $80,000 net from that. And that's the first time we've done something quite that large. But what it did help was our momentum and also knowledge of the public of what we have done and what we want to achieve.
So what's your confidence of, 20 to 24 million is a huge lift for a community this size.
It's not intended to all come from the community.
Correct.
Yeah, and so I think there are two of us who were on the board when the car fire hit, and the story has changed a lot over the years, which is understandable because it's been a long period of time, but initially the message to the board was that that the federal government was going to be able to tap into a lot of money to replace its buildings. And so I'm wondering how much confidence you have that you can get to that final 20 to 24 million.
So Melinda and her program on the philanthropic side have a goal of 7.5, and the rest will come from internal project dollars with the National Park Service. We did early on go for what they call disaster supplemental, and for whatever reason, the Whiskeytown Environmental School was taken off of that list. It didn't happen at the park. It was submitted all the way up. I don't know where it fell off. Those people have long gone. What we have at our disposal is any other number of construction programs that we're going to look at. We're looking at LRF, or the Great American Outdoor Act 2.0, which is coming up for legislative approval in Congress this coming year. So if you remember the Great Outdoor Act, it was all about infrastructure. We would compete really well for that, and we're trying to outline where we're at so we can get in line for that. Most of these are big dollars, big dollars, right? And could easily fund this whole program. Where we're talking about is we would build, I have complete confidence. But what it does is it changes time. So dollars make capacity. So more dollars, we can go faster. Fewer dollars means we're just going to spread it out over time. We'll build a cabin, and then another cabin with our own internal funding sources. And what we have is the schematics and the construction drawings. They change a little bit from site to site, right? Because the ground is a little bit different. You might need a retaining wall, but ultimately, we're going to have a set of plans at the end of this, and we can go one at a time. And there's lots of ways to get there. It just changes the time horizon. But I'm confident we're going to get there.
One of the things we've been doing, and of course we're confident too, and we've been putting money to work, actually. In the last year, we have funded a leach field and septic survey of the site to make sure, because you can build homes and houses and buildings, but if you don't have utilities and things to serve them, then to what end? And we're going as fast as we can. We have gone ahead and done the soil testing on the site to make sure the soil on the site can hold foundations, because the buildings as conceived in the schematic will be on the ground instead of up on pilings. In that way, the buildings will be accessible to all students and to anyone using the site. We funded a pond study. The nature study pond is very important to us. And we've gone ahead and hired an engineer and did the phase 1 study of how we can bring that pond back to a healthy state and also contribute to the habitat health there in the park of that water body. We've also funded the amphitheater, and we're continuing to accept donations for that and write grants for that as well. That's probably our biggest operation right now, is writing grants. And we've got several in the range of $1.8 to $2 million that we're looking for right now. So in the course, after the car fire, my board and I, we weren't experienced in raising money or writing grants, but we've come a long way in 7 years, and we've learned a lot. And so we still accept donations of all kinds because that puts us $1 closer with every dollar. But now we're hunting larger dollars, and for the past 2 years, I've gone to Congress, and I've talked to congressional staffers, both on the House and Senate side, to talk about our project, to talk about our county, to talk about the value of our park to our community. And I think people are starting to listen and starting to understand how this kind of grassroots effort from a federal standpoint and a local entity together, working together, is kind of unusual and unique. And when it's all said and done in a couple of years, I hope that will be an example that other communities will look at and consider to partner with not only with the Park Service, but other federal entities as well. And lastly, what we've done is we've contracted, well, not exactly contracted, we twisted somebody's arm to come, a water engineer to come and look at the water utilities that serve the site, because the water pipe that goes to the site is quite old. And again, utilities are really important. The things that are not sexy, like student housing, need to be considered. And through the benevolence of this one engineer, he took it upon himself to look at that. And we now have schematic drawings that could be used and passed to the federal engineer and architect that will be working on this. So it's not starting from nothing. We've actually been working to accumulate enough information that we have a good start on all these things. And in the long run, maybe save some money too.
Thanks, Melinda.
You're welcome.
I just want to answer your question again in more direct language, that with what we have in donation and grants plus what I have programmed, it's roughly 50%, more than 50% of the vertical structures is planned at this point. So there is some risk, but it's more on time. It's not necessarily, like, it's going to take us longer if the dollars don't come. That's all.
Jessica.
I just wanted to, again, say thank you for all the effort that you've all put into West Camp and getting it running again. I think that all of us would agree that West Camp is a deeply important piece of our culture here in Shasta County. I don't know anyone that grew up here that hasn't been to West Camp as a kid, including both of my kids. So I just really appreciate the effort to get it back running. I'm excited to get to be part of helping rebuild it in some tiny little way. And yeah, that's it for me.
Thanks. I will just, if there aren't, are there more questions? If they're not, I'll just close with this. We have some of the Department of Interior secretarial priorities out, and this is one of his priorities, is that we're in the community and we're working with the people that come to our park, right? That's you guys, that's Wes. I don't think it's any secret. This is a multi-generational experience, and I think it fits really well within the Department of Interior's framework that they're standing up. So we're here. We're part of you guys. You guys are our gateway community, and we're going to continue working.
Thank you, Josh. Just in the interest of some history, because not all of the members of the board were present for the discussion about our donation, we pulled $1 million from the RDA Facilities Fund. That was a fund that we created by the sale of a piece of property. So all of those funds belong to SCOE and can be used at our discretion. Currently, that fund has $1.69 million in it. We have pledged $1 million plus another $800,000 from our unrestricted fund balance for this project. But we have $690,000 left in the RDA facility fund that are not being utilized for anything. what would you think about proposing that we add $690,000 to this proposal to push forward the restoration of West Camp? Yes, ma'am.
So I wouldn't have a problem doing that, but my main concern with the recitals as is that it's very clear that Shasta County has no special use of that property, and you're saying that you're going to add that after it's built, but I'm not comfortable handing over that much money and there being no special use agreement for the residents of my county. It being a national park service, of course, and many times in the recitals and the resolution it says to help people in other counties, and I appreciate that. We want to share our resources, absolutely, but to spend $1.8 million of my county taxpayer dollars and get nothing for it and just hand it over to NPS, it doesn't feel right for me.
Appreciate that, thanks. So anytime we make donations, the interests they do become federal government, and that's just how it works, and I don't have control over that, so. The relationship isn't going anywhere. In fact, the agreement I'm hoping to sign will be a 20-year agreement. That's the one I think I sent you last that I think I can tap into. Still looking for approval, but that gives the guarantee for at least 20 years. But 10 would be under other vehicles. Is a 10-year agreement. We would redo it. We've had this relationship for 54 years now.
And I understand that. For me personally as a trustee, it's too much of an ask for you to promise me a special use after I give you the money. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
In relation to Jackie's statement, is there a reason why we haven't signed that?
So as Superintendent Hoynes pointed out, we have had collaborative agreements in place with the NPS for over 50 years. Our current 10-year agreement was coming due December 30th. We've been working collectively to get that agreement updated. There have been a lot of changes in the federal government. There has been periods of time where the national parks wasn't able to work. There's been periods of time where they had to direct their efforts elsewhere because they had staff that were furloughed or laid off, right? And so we don't have as much progress as we were hoping for on that 20-year agreement. And so Superintendent Hoynes pointed to the fact that we are getting a 1-year extension on the current agreement, which will continue operations next year. We actually have a meeting set up January 15th to continue conversations about the new 20-year agreement. But I think the important distinction here is that in my perspective and why we are bringing this forward, this is a donation agreement, right? We are donating this money in the interest of rebuilding the West Camp, which will be a benefit to our school community. With any donation, there is no guarantee that, we may get a 20-year agreement, but 20 years from now, will that continue to be an educational agreement? We have past that has told us that we have incredible partners with the National Park Service that have been committed to this, and that we have a community that is committed to having WES. But even when we enter into that 20-year agreement, part of why I covered setting money aside in the fund balance for future WES needs is because we've heard loud and clear from our community, and I think our superintendent has heard loud and clear that this is an area of mutual conviction where no matter what your beliefs are in Shasta County, you believe in West Camp and you want overnight West Camps back for your students. And so we make this donation, we enter into that 20-year agreement. It is a donation. It is not a this for that. We make that donation. We are not getting anything in return for them. The return that we're getting to get the preferential use of the space is because we're entering into an agreement to pay them a certain portion of that $300,000 a year that the NPS has to be able to demonstrate to the Department of Interior that they have a stable business plan for the camp, right? For us, it also helps from an insurance liability standpoint because that has been entangled in this as well in terms
terms of we can't have real property interest in a national park. We also can't absorb some of the liability that would come if we own an overnight camp. If we don't own the facility, it's designated as a field trip. And so I think I would just qualify that this is a donation. It is not a this for that. We have confidence in our partner that we're going to continue to move forward on bringing students back to Wes in a more meaningful way. And that 20-year agreement, based on the donation that's made tonight, that agreement will be separate because we're going to enter into agreement to help support ongoing funding for them to be able to maintain the site outside of the donation.
Thank you for that explanation. I hope that helps the board understand it better. But also, I just wanted to say, I think that the value is to every student in Shasta County. Every student's able to access West Camp, and I think that we should be really excited to be part of that. So again, thank you.
Two quick things in response. One is the primary users are students in Shasta County. When it was a full residential program, there were 9 counties in Northern California that did come in attendance, as I understand it, but the primary's always been Shasta County. The second thing with the donation, this admin building never existed on the campus. So as part of the rebuild, it was conditioned by you guys that to want to come back, there was this gatekeeper, if you will, a building at the front of the campus. We've talked about it in our planning, but for us to return a residential program, everything we're looking at, absent this, is on cabins, not necessarily putting an admin building at the front. And so it makes a lot of sense, but for me to run for any other purpose, I don't need an admin building at the front per se. So it is an add to make the campus better. It's an add to make the program better, and the National Park Service has no intent of walking away from our agreement. We're working really hard to make it come together.
Arthur.
My question was answered when Austin was speaking. Thank you.
Mara.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that in 2023, as a board, we did agree that we were going to donate this money. We made a decision that it was our intention to do this. So this is like a follow-up to a decision the board's already made, that West was a priority for us, and we wanted to go back there, and we wanted our community to go back.
Mr. Freeman.
Yeah, Josh made the point that this building would make it better and safer, and I just wanted to echo that. And then kind of to piggyback off what Laura just shared, 2023, 1.8 bought something. 2025, 1.8 is buying less. And so like if there are some things that we can do as the County Office of Education to put some fire on this and create some urgency, both from our own community, backing our play, and maybe sending messages to Josh's context where we might be able to then qualify for some additional federal funding. My concern is the Safety Administration Building will be a toll booth, right? Like $1.8 million is buying us less and less. And so if there are things that we can do to create some urgency, signing an agreement we're not sending you $1.8 million with this. We are sending you per the allocation so that you can take the next steps, correct?
That's absolutely right. And we designed it to be phased to try and give some assurance to you guys that if somehow it falls apart, only incremental does it come to us. So this donation agreement was intended to be phased so that there is some built-in assurances. You guys hold the money until it comes to us is the way we've set this up.
I guess my question might be for Tom. So this is a agreement, which means does that qualify as a contract?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so under section 2, it says the NPS shall provide the SCOE with priority use in need camp. So the word shall means they have to in legal language, right?
Yes, and as Austin said, there's been a longstanding tradition of priority use, and for future determination is exactly what that priority use would look like.
So basically Shasta County would get priority use if we approve this, based on this donation agreement.
Yes, and reasonable minds can discuss lots of different ways what that priority use would look like. So it may shake out differently from the current agreement that you have, but there is to be some priority use, yes.
Okay.
Further discussion? Do we need a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the donation agreement with the National Park Service.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion of the motion? Yes.
Do we need to, if we want to add the additional amount, do we need to put that into the motion?
Do you want to make that motion?
A substitute motion? Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve
You got to
the,
supplement the motion to.
Yeah, to supplement
because
the
the current motion, as I understand it, Laura, is to approve the donation at $1.8 million, correct? That's what you just moved. And you are suggesting that we amend the motion
to add the additional amount that's in the fund,
in the RDA Facilities
Right.
Fund,
in
which
the
is
RDA Facilities Fund, which is how much?
$690,000.
$190,000.
Austin's looking it up.
Can I just ask a point of order question while he's looking that up?
Sure.
So didn't we just have a discussion that we can't change budgets, but now we're adding money to something?
No, we had a discussion that we can't approve or have a line item change on the budget.
I'm not necessarily opposed, I'm just asking.
No, I understand the confusion. No, the budget, we either approve or disapprove.
Yes, I understand.
This is not part of that discussion. It's different. It's got a, we can either add 690,000.
It's a donation on the budget.
Yeah, just a clarification question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate the question. I think that this is a unique request based on the question that Trustee Orlicki brings forward. I think that it would be difficult for us in real time, based on the agenda that has been posted, for us to make changes based on what that donation is. I don't give legal advice, but I think that my preference would be that we move forward with the donation as stated in the 1.8, if that is the desire of the board, and then the board could potentially take an additional action later in the agenda to direct staff to explore the feasibility of an amendment to add the additional $691,000 of the RDA pass-through funds. And then we could bring an amendment to the existing donation agreement back to a future board meeting for review and approval.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll retract my substitute motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. I think that makes more sense too. Mr. Orlicki?
It was answered, thank you.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the table to approve the item 11.1.2, the Whiskeytown Environmental School Agreement. We will now do a roll call vote. Jackie?
Yes.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Yay. I think we'd like to note in the minutes that we would like to discuss increasing the donation to include the additional funds in the RDA Facilities Fund. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back at 8:30.
Thank you, Robert.
Moving on with the agenda, we're on item 11.2, excuse me, point 1, policy review. 11.2.1 is the first read of Exhibit 5020, parent opt-out notice. Mr. Freeman?
Let me make it official and request to speak. Thank you, President Brown. One of the things, Mahmood intro slides. I wanted to share out, so recently we had the opportunity to go to CSBA, and one of the breakout sessions that I attended was related specifically to Mahmood versus Taylor and policy implications. So I wanted to just take a couple of minutes just to kind of prime the conversations that we would be having about policy and the recommended policy revisions from the ad hoc committee in the context of what Mahmood Taylor does and what it doesn't do. So specifically, it gets into what practices targeted towards, it's a context, it's a fact-rich decision when we're talking about opting out. Obviously, smaller children are going to have a different context than older children. So elementary and the curriculum and materials that are being used in elementary versus what is being used in high school, those are different contexts, and those facts would be used in our student programs in determining what is opted out. I think also it gets into presented in a neutral manner, or are they presented in a manner that is hostile to religious viewpoints and designed to impose upon students a pressure to conform, right? So the facts of the case with Mahmood Taylor is that those materials were being used and teachers were taking on kind of a hostile approach towards people that opposed what was being presented in the classroom. Can I go next slide there? And so as we look at the policies, the idea of scope, access to instructional content, protection and supports, and then opt-out requests, those things, oh, it's right here, thanks. Those things are like specific instructional content, specific books, specific assemblies, assessments, those are the things that need to be identified. So when we get into opt-outs that are warranted under Mahmood versus Taylor, we're looking at a specific instructional material, a specific lesson, a specific book, and then connected to a specific, where am I at here? A specific religious belief. So schools have the obligation to provide a prospectus. We have Carrie Webb here, Carrie included in the board materials related to these policies, what we are currently doing for parental notifications. Prospectus is required under Ed Code. When we get into the conflict needs to be specific to the instructional material and a specific religious belief, and the students and families have protections when they are opting out. Those things are also provided in our current language. What is needed to submit for opt-out consideration under Mahmood Taylor is the idea that it's a specific instructional content, and it's tied to specific, point number 2, specific religious beliefs, customs, or practices with which specific instructional content substantially interferes. So there's a combination. There's this instructional content violates or contradicts or conflicts with my specific religious belief. And that's what the opt-out procedure looks like under Mahmood Taylor. And Tom, I think I've included We received some feedback from Tom via email, and we've printed that, and that's included in your trustee folders there. I just wanted to make sure that we have that clear understanding that Mahmoud Taylor is not an English class. It is a specific instructional material or lesson in that English class. It might be, I do not agree with that book. That book violates my religious belief, and then that is submitted via the form, and then the LEA, the district, then looks at that and approves it based on the facts of each individual's circumstance. That's Mahmoud Taylor. Trustee Gorman, I guess you can request to share that. I see you shaking your head. But that was my takeaway from the CSBA conference that I attended last week with CSBA in-house counsel.
Mr. Gorman.
I like how it says recommend, because that's not what Mahmoud versus Taylor said. If you want to pull up, I don't even know if you have it, what the actually ruling was, then you should pull that up and look at that and not what an attorney tries to tell you it means, because that is the interpretation of the attorney group. That is not the interpretation of the Supreme Court. So why I'm shaking my head is if my student does not celebrate holidays, it includes all holidays. So therefore, if you were to honor that student's request of not being subject to any holiday, then that student would be out of the class on the holidays. And there are people that don't celebrate holidays. According to the original, there are,
right.
In the Amish, they don't go past a certain education level.
Right, so I guess in the context of this, if there were instructional materials, if there was lesson planning specific to a holiday, and that was a violation of that person's religious belief, then that opt-out would be allowable under Mahmoud versus Taylor.
Right, so it's not specific, just like they did during the COVID mandates and try to coerce you into taking a shot that you didn't want. This goes directly to that. You don't have to specify your specific religious belief. That's not what the intent was. That's not what the ruling said. It's like, I don't agree with this category of things. I don't want my student to learn it, and that's my religious faith, and I would ask you to honor it. And that's what the Supreme Court said.
Okay. I'm just passing along information that I attended the breakout session from CSBA, and that was what I wanted. I just wanted to share that to prime the discussion that we're going to have. And this was not intended to have CSBA versus Lozano Smith. I'm just trying to make sure that we have a clear understanding that it is about our student programs, because we, as a county office, Mahmoud Taylor opt-outs are specifically about instructional programming happening at Excel, at Independent Study, and at Tri-Mountain Academy. That is the scope of what we are talking about. So we are honoring the request. This was brought up last month to be brought forward as an agenda item, as an action item, so it is here. I have shared this with Carrie Webb from our student programs, but my concern is good practice matches practice, or good policy matches up with practice. So policy merges and meshes with the practitioners on the ground, and my concern is that the revisions that are here have not necessarily been in consult with our own student programs and the people doing it in our classrooms. And so I'm cool with moving forward. I would love it if the subcommittee that made these changes could have the conversation with my student program staff, and those revisions can be endorsed, discussed, so that our student programs that are enacting these policies were involved in the development of the revisions. That's not a stall tactic. That's just I don't want to put in place a bunch of policies that my teachers are the practitioners, and they have not been informed of the changes or involved in them.
Jessica's got. Jessica.
Yes, I'm just wondering if we could hear why they weren't involved in the first place.
Well, I mean, I think that the board charged the ad hoc committee to jump into these revisions. They were given a task, and I think they were diligent in getting that task done. I think that the involvement obviously is going to be more detailed with calendaring and planning and those kinds of things. I mean, I think we extended the offer for superintendent or associate superintendent of instructional services be included in the conversations with the ad hoc committee. That did not happen. I'm not placing any fault. I just don't want policies that are reviewed, approved by the board without consult with the people that are actually putting the policies into practice. So I'd love to tap the brakes, but again, it is December, and you know we have a request for this to be an action item tonight, so that's what we're here.
Can I ask if you guys made a decision to not include them on purpose, or what was the reason?
No, we submitted different times. The times just never lined up.
Please direct your comments through the chair, to the president. Yeah. Michael.
So I guess my question would be, the policies were in the district's hands for over a month. Did the instructional people not look at them in that month time?
If we're being honest, the request was assistant superintendent or associate superintendent involved in the ad hoc committee. We heard nothing from the ad hoc committee, and all of a sudden we received the email with the revised policies.
I mean, the last month, they were on last month's agenda, right?
Yes, so they have them, we have them, but to do this with the policies here and having Carrie Webb representing student programs wordsmithing in a live public meeting feels rather difficult to manage. They've had them, and they've had their eyes on them, they've had the chance to review, but there has been no exchange between the board and student programs to get their thoughts on the changes that have been made.
Okay, my other thing is the Lozano Smith podcast that was sent out. Like, it said that we should err on the broader side of a definition, which directly contradicts the CSBA position. So that's my other comment. I mean, am I correct in that?
Michael, I don't recall that portion of the podcast and what you're referring to, but I do know that the general feeling is we want any policy that addresses opt-outs to be broad and general, meaning it can apply to a variety of situations. The challenge with Mahmoud versus Taylor and trying to translate that into practical policies is that Mahmoud versus Taylor was a specific ruling on a specific set of facts with K-5 students, I believe it was, or K-6 students. It didn't give us a roadmap, that we can use more broadly, and now that's what everyone is trying to do, is to say, okay, well, we have one facet of the puzzle that the Supreme Court has educated us on. Let's try and apply that one facet to a much larger puzzle. So I think the short answer to your question is, yes, you want a broad policy, but I think a discussion with instructional leaders as to what kinds of things have they seen in the past in terms of opt-outs, what would we expect the policy provisions that you're proposing, how would we expect that to shake out, and just so that everyone understands how we're going to use it. I'm sorry if I'm not answering your question, I'm trying to.
All right.
As an example, in the AR, it's one of the items farther down, AR 6141.2, I believe it is, there's a suggested set of things that are somewhat similar to what's on the slides, that parents should bring forward a specific concern so that we can address it. My understanding from reading the suite of policy changes that the committee brought forward is that AR would be applied broadly, to your point.
Yeah.
That if someone says, I have this concern about this book or this play, that staff would then take the AR and say, okay, we're going to apply those three things. What's the religious concern? What's the specific curriculum? And what specifically can we do to address it?
Thank you.
So when I've been involved before on doing policy rewrites, the board committee did meet with the superintendent, so somehow I just had that in my mind that that's how this process would work too. So I was kind of surprised. I think especially with this opt-out notice, that seems like such a thing that's being done at the school sites. And it's not an actual board policy, but it would be attached, I guess, to a board policy as a document that explains it or something. I mean, that seems really, I really would feel more comfortable if the program director was involved with writing that. I think like what's in the board packet of showing what we're doing now, that seems a little vague to do that, so I can see that there's room for improving it. This one that's submitted is, I don't know, it seems like, to me, like it misses the whole point of what that podcast said and what you just reiterated, is that it has this one blank spot for health instruction of explaining what you don't like or how it conflicts, but it does, I mean, that's the gist of it, is that they have to explain specifically what they are objecting to and how it affects their religious beliefs, and I don't see that here. So I don't know, to me it seems like it's premature to come to us to approve it tonight. I would rather see it go back and the committee work with either the superintendent or with Carrie or to come up with something.
Should I use the request to speak function?
Did you want to respond, Mr. Laura?
Yes, please. Laura said something that caught my ear. You talked about mention of health instruction in the various materials. And the education code has two specific opt-outs that are in the law already. One is for the sexual health and HIV/AIDS curriculum, so parents can already opt out of that, and that one is more well-known. The education code also allows parents to opt out of portions of the health. It specifically says they can opt out of portions of the health education curriculum that conflict with one's religious beliefs. So that's why you see that specific mention of health instruction in a lot of documents. I think the challenge that all schools are facing now is once we get away from the things that are already specifically listed as an opt-out, a play in an English class perhaps, or a book in an English class, that's where the challenge of applying Mahmoud versus Taylor comes in. So I hope that helps clarify.
Arthur.
If you can pull up the parent opt-out notice that's submitted, we could go through it. I think it would ask a lot of questions. So if people hadn't read it in the last 2 months, we could all read it together right here. I mean, if anybody had a lot of objections, they could have reached out and talked to anybody. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. They can check the box of what they don't want, and even write down at the bottom more information about all this stuff. I mean, it's pretty broad and also very personalized to the parents' wishes. So I don't see that this is even, I don't know. I know we're here to discuss because that's what we should do, and we should make really good policies, but I believe this policy is already in line with CSBA, because CSBA on the previous slide said at a minimum, not a maximum. And what Tom said, his own attorney group would like these to be broad, and I think this policy makes it individualized, tailored to each family's need, and, I mean, very broad if they included every checkbox. So it's whatever the parent wants, and we're here for the voters, and we're here for the parents, and we're here for the children. So I think it's a great policy. I'm up for voting for it and approving it tonight.
Jessica.
Are we going to go through each of these? And if we do, can we have them side by side for the CSBA version versus the one that was submitted by our committee?
Mr. Freeman.
So Carrie, I don't mean to pick on you, but if a parent were to submit that opt-out notice and checked English language arts literacy, as a practitioner in student programs, what would that mean for your teacher? They're opting out of English class. So, I mean, I think that that's just my point. If this is a notice that would be adopted by our board, and a parent would grab this notice and check English language arts literacy and submit that to our student programs, how would we put that into practice? That student doesn't take English, which is a graduation requirement? I think that that's my point. So we can definitely take our time and we can go through these. Are we going to have this exchange with everyone so that the policy makes sense and it can be put into practice?
I would also say that excerpts are just a portion of what addressed this piece when I was asked to refer to it. That is a large parent annual notification document.
The excerpts included?
Jessica.
I just have another thought also, like having kids in school currently, we know we have the option to opt out. We get notices, a ton of them I have to sign every year. And this to me is like putting the responsibility on the school and the educators to know what, all of this information and to have to address it for individual students. And I just know that like when I was in school and we had for example, to use author's example, and Jehovah's Witness student that didn't celebrate holidays, it was the family's responsibility to tell the teacher, hey, my kid's a Jehovah's Witness, we don't celebrate school. Can they opt out? So I feel like that should be the responsibility of the parent. If they have a specific religious belief and they don't want their child to participate in something, they should consult the teacher and it should be individualized. And I think that's what they mean by a broad sense, like, not having to submit a form with all these options and yeah, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on this, the form that's been submitted that we're looking at, I mean, I feel like a key part of it, it doesn't say anything about, like if I were a parent and I did this, I would just think, okay, job done, I've opted out. It doesn't ever give you any information that the school is going to review it and it's going to have to meet some kind of standard. It's just like, so I feel like that's missing. And you referred to there is language in these other policies, the CSBA ones that talk about that and kind of succinctly state it. So it seems like that kind of statement needs to be on here.
Michael.
So I just wanted to address the English language arts thing that's linked to the first one of talking about statewide performance assessments. So they would be opting out of the English language arts performance assessments, which is a statewide test. That's why it is joined by pursuant to Cal Education Code 60615 as follows: select parts of the student's excused from, and that would be also why history is not there, because those are the 3 tested items.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I would just want to emphasize what author pointed out. This is the Supreme Court decision giving our parents rights, and I am in no way trying to hinder our parents' rights as protected by the law, by the Constitution, by the Supreme Court decision. I just want to make sure that the policies that we have in place are crystal clear for the people that are going to be executing the policies in the classroom. So. But Michael, I do appreciate that clarification as it relates to specific assessments that currently, like you'll see in the excerpts, they do have that that right given to them. To Tom's point, many opt-out opportunities exist right now. I think moving forward with anything that is assured under the Mahmoud Taylor decision is that it couples belief with, and it can be a general belief, right? It can be this is my faith. I don't need, this is the doctrine in my faith. This is my faith, and this is the instructional material that I find offensive, and I have a conflict with, and therefore I'm opting out. And I agree to Laura's point. The policy then would say that would be received, reviewed, and a decision would be rendered, and the parents would be informed of that decision. So we're more than welcome to proceed with 50/20 and going through these item by item. And maybe, Carrie, if you could help us with any thoughts that you had, I would love to have a discussion. That's all I'm saying.
Jacob.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, Michael. You took a lot of time. I don't know who sits on the committee, but looks like you spent a lot of time working on this. I'm just here to offer, obviously, my perspective as a student to you guys, as a board. And what I get from this is that the parents do have the right to opt out of what their children are learning in school, and that's something we cannot change. But if we are tonight voting to approve this, I just encourage you guys to really think about it a second time, because if I was a parent given this, I would be confused, and I think that there should be individual opt-out forms that discuss everything clearly, and I just don't think the format is parent-friendly for a parent that does not know much about ed code like that. I'm just trying to offer my student perspective and when I look at it, and I just don't think it could be approved tonight without our own director not knowing much about it and what we can do if a parent does opt out of something.
Arthur.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, Jacob and other people have said that it might be a formatting issue. So, I mean, we could reformat it real time right here. I mean, you could just double space it to where it's readable on the top. It talks about the prohibit from the statewide performance. You can tab it over so those English, mathematics, science are underneath that, just so it's just like very nice and formatted. Then it can be spaced again, so then it talks about the next section, then spaced again, so everything is in one stop shop for the parent. They don't have to go through one link after one link after one link. It's all right there, just on the same page, so when they're looking at the opt-out form, they can all just be aware of like, oh, these are all the things that are available to me. And just if it's just a little bit formatted a bit differently, then I think it would be a workable form where people wouldn't be confused on that.
Jessica.
I just think that since the committee was trying to make an appointment with the staff and they didn't get to, that they would probably appreciate the opportunity to do that. And so I'm wondering if we could just, if they'd be, I don't know who's on the team except Michael, but if they would be willing to set a date like now to go back and sit down and have a conversation to go over this information together, maybe try and find out from them what would be necessary for their parents to want to have something similar. So I don't know how to suggest that. Is that something you want to do?
Michael.
Oh, can I? Yeah. All right. If it is just a formatting error or issue with this one form, we could just make a motion with the formatting suggestions, and then that can be fixed, correct?
Correct. And this is actually the first read. We can bring it back next month in a revised form where Carrie and the committee can sit down and make it more comprehensible. more clear.
And it would come back as a consent item? Is that what normally happens?
The exhibit's new, so, sorry, the exhibit is new, that does not exist, so that would probably not be a consent, it'd be an action, second read.
So is the concern primarily the formatting issue, or is it primarily the staffing issue?
Both.
Yeah, to me, it's more than the formatting. I think it does, I think if a parent picks this up, they need to have some kind of indication that the staff is going to review it, and so they have to be providing information to the staff, or they have to be providing information on this that the staff is going to review. Where is that other language that shows up on some of the other ones that, try to find it on another one.
Can you yield for a question?
Yes, I will yield.
So if you want something included, wouldn't that also just be a formatting issue then, that we could clarify that the staff will review and respond?
Well, it seems like you're adding language, so to me, formatting is more spacing and things like that. That's how I interpret formatting.
Okay, it can also be, we can also revise it tonight if we needed to, if that's the concern. And I know that there's a section that some of you have expressed that may have been left out to write the religious belief down. I mean, that can even be a section that's added to the policy if that's what's needed to be done.
Yeah, it's kind of like this language here, that the parent's guardians shall be notified prior to instruction that they may request in writing. It's the thing of requesting in writing and talk. This isn't the one, though, that I was thinking about. But that's my concern, and I'm also concerned I want to make sure that our program director who deals with parents and with the teachers has a chance to review what we're doing, that we're not just doing it as board members. So.
Jessica, Jackie, you're about 4 people down.
I just wanted to, basically say what Laura just said, that I don't think it's just about the formatting. Also, Mike explained earlier that he would have liked to see the staff be a part of it. And I guess am I missing why it's urgent to have done tonight? Is there a reason why? Can I do something with you to get your answer?
Yeah.
Reply, Michael.
Whatever that may be.
I guess my biggest thing would be is that they've had it for a month. So if they had concerns, it would seem like they could have come up and talked about anything that would be a problem right now, and then we could change it. So they've had these for a month now to review. So if there was any concerns with implementing them, they should be able to say it now, in my opinion.
Do I have to do it again? Huh? It's my turn? I thought I did, but last time they said I didn't. So, okay, thank you. So yeah, I mean, I understand could have, would have, should have, but the reality is we're here and they still would like the opportunity. I guess I just don't understand why we couldn't just have the meeting and, get with them and talk with them and make it better and then come back next time. Because there's nothing urgent on here, right? Like that we're going to miss time for or anything? There's not something I'm missing?
No, as far as I know, there's no timelines, but the issue just is like, if it's delayed now, is it going to be delayed again? I mean, that's the only question.
I would just be most comfortable with having a good policy that we know is going to work for the schools here. And I feel like we can't do that if we don't talk with the people that are administrating it.
So, I mean, this is not technically a policy, this is a form. So this is just.
All of them are,
we're just talking about one thing, we're not talking about every policy right now.
I was talking about the whole thing. Like, I feel like you guys should have had them be a part of it. I feel like, but that's all I'll say. I'm done.
Okay.
I just feel like they should be a part of it.
Tom, having done this for over 20 years now, I find this topic to be extraordinarily challenging, even for experienced practitioners. So I've heard a couple things that could benefit from a staff review and discussion and coming back with modest edits. Laura raised a good point about linking this form that's in item number 1 with other policies. I brought up a minute ago, and I think it's worth repeating, that my understanding from reading all the documents was that what's in AR 6141.2, which has 3 things, a description of what's going to happen when there's an opt-out, and there's 3 things that we are requesting of parents, that would happen for all opt-outs unless they are specifically already mentioned in the education code. A couple of examples are statewide performance assessments, sexual health education, and health education. Those are already in the code. Parent asks, the opt-out is given. For the other ones that we're having to take a customized look at, it seems to me the language that the committee's put in AR 6141.2 is very useful. And if it was, to Laura's suggestion, linked elsewhere so that staff and parents know, okay, when I submit an opt-out, there's going to be some sort of process. I think that would be helpful.
Jackie. No? Jacob.
I just want to ask a question to Michael. I come in not very informed about the whole subject. Is there already opt-out forms in place for the Shasta County, the county schools that demonstrate each bullet point that we have? Are there already opt-out forms?
Are there opt-out forms currently in use? Okay.
So is this for convenience and organization for the parent, this form? So they're all in one page?
That was the idea, is that everything can be on one page for parents so that they don't have to find multiple different forms. They can just check off what they object to, and that can go to the school site.
Okay. And this opt-out form is going, just this is going to the parent? Like, we would hand a parent to opt out of something, just these 2 pages would go front and back?
That would be included in any beginning of the year things that were sent out.
Okay, because if I was a parent, I'm obviously not a parent, if I was given this, I would want more of a, I don't want to say packet, but explanation of each bullet point, of explaining it, and then the action that the school and the teachers are going to take to opt out of the subject. I'm just thinking out loud, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Author.
Thank you. So this is the attachment on the parents' rights and responsibilities policy that we already have, recognizing that the parents and guardians of the county office of students have certain rights and responsibilities to the education of their children. And Carrie can tell us whether or not they already have alternative assignments for children that already opt out of the current things, but the current protocol, I would imagine at every school, is when they opt out of something, they must provide an alternative assignment so that they can still get credit for the activity regardless if they participate in said instruction. So that's already something that's built into it, and that's the teeth and mechanisms that come with if my child opts out of anything at the county office of education as a student, they shall be given an alternative assignment and they shall receive credit for the assignment. And so that's what happens at, even at, high school or whatever, yeah. So we have the same responsibility here, and the teachers would be responsible for giving that child an alternative assignment as well. I think if we could just go through the formatting together, I think it would clear up everything. If we could pull it up and just go through the document, and then we could all have a policy that we would really like. Carrie's already here. We can work on it together as a board of 7 elected officials and the elected superintendent and Carrie, and we can get this done and decided tonight. It'd only take probably about 5 minutes of reformatting. We could read it all together. That's technically a second read, and then we can vote if we like it or not. So I guess I'm going to make a motion that we format this together. I'm going to make a motion that we format this together so that it's a usable policy.
I will second that.
Okay. Mr. Freeman?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. Unfortunately, I think I've wasted 15 minutes, and so if that is that's the will of the group, it's 9:15, we've got organization meeting obligations, and if that's the case, then let's get going on 50/20.
Okay, so the motion is that we format this together. Jessica? Sorry.
I'd like to make an amended motion to trail this to the next meeting, and during that time for this committee to take it back to the administrators and have them included in the process like they have told us tonight they would like to do.
Laura?
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we have competing motions. So we would need to take a vote on the secondary motion first. And could you restate that, Jessica?
Is it called an amended motion? What's the words? Amended? I would like to amend the motion to trail this to next meeting in January. And during this month for the committee to set up a time with the administrators that would like to be included in this conversation to review the policy before we get back next time.
Thank you. And Arthur, your motion was that we format
this together tonight, since we're all in the same room. So, yeah, my motion is that we format this together tonight.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're looking at a time crunch for tonight.
10:30. We got an hour and a half. Let's go.
We still have to do the whole organizational meeting.
We better hurry up. We better get it done. 5 minutes. We can bust this out in 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure we can do it. We're all educated people here.
Okay, so my question, because we're going to vote on the secondary motion in a minute, is there an objection to pushing this to the January meeting?
Yes.
And that is?
We've had over a month to do this together, and no one has done anything.
Okay, well, if we're going to talk about time, we set that subcommittee back in July, and we didn't receive this until this month. So,
last month.
Yeah, well,
We voted on it
yeah,
last month.
well, that's-
We had it last month.
That's my point. So we don't really want to get down in those weeds. I really don't think we want to.
No, because I win.
Okay, so
So let's get it done. Let's stop talking about it. Let's just do it, dude. Come on.
I call the question.
Let's vote on the secondary, the point of order is, let's vote on the secondary motion at this time.
I vote no.
Teresa?
No.
Michael?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
Jackie?
No.
Jessica?
Yes.
Arthur?
No.
And I vote yes as well. So that is 4-3 that we continue this discussion.
Yeah. And I call the question on the author's motion as well so that we can vote.
Yeah, she did.
I don't think we need a motion to continue, do we?
Action on authors.
Yeah, so instead of discussing author's motion, I'm calling the question to vote.
Yes, I mean, that's the question. I mean, you want to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay, so let's vote on that now.
Vote on what?
We're voting on
Get it done.
finishing this discussion tonight.
But why do we have to vote on that? Aren't we having the discussion?
It's an action.
It's an action.
Motion.
Oh, because there was a motion.
It's a point of order.
All right,
It's an
all right.
action. We're back to talking about Robert's rules.
Okay.
Okay. So calling the question, Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
No.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
No.
I say no, and Teresa?
Aye.
So that is again 4-3.
Let's go. Let's get it done.
Do it.
5 minutes.
So we got to get it done. We got to format this tonight.
Guys. Aye.
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 So, Carrie, this is our current rights and responsibilities acknowledgement for parents in our student programs.
All the other excerpts are what explains what they signed in the full document.
Can we make it bigger? We gotta make it a lot bigger. And then scroll up, yeah.
So Carrie, this is pre-Mahmoud Taylor, correct?
Oh,
There we go. Robert. Putting mine up before it falls too.
Could I recommend a motion to suspend Robert's Rules of Order for
Yes,
this?
please, God. I make a motion to suspend Robert's Rules of Orders for this conversation.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Then we'll take a vote on suspending Robert's rules. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur?
No.
Jessica?
Yes.
Jackie? No. Laura?
Yes?
Michael?
No.
Teresa?
No.
And I vote yes as well. So again, it's 4-3. Okay, so that makes this discussion structured, okay? Not organic, okay?
Robert, scroll. Can you watch the things closer,
you.
please?
Carrie, you have the floor.
I apologize. I am not aware who is on the ad hoc committee, and I would like to offer the one-pager that we currently do as you look at it to the current parent opt-out notice and see if there's something that you think we're lacking in our student programs from what we currently do.
I have a question before we go into this.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I have a question that I submitted for.
I can't hear you. Talking,
I have a question that I submitted for like 5 minutes ago on there.
In the queue, she's in the queue.
Sorry, Carrie.
what time did you submit it?
Like 5 minutes ago.
9:20, okay.
Okay. My question was, do you happen to know how many opt-outs you've had in the schools through SCOE?
For currently 25, 26. If you give me a second, I'll count them.
Thank you.
We've had roughly 15.
You've had 15 in all the schools for the whole year? Thank you.
Jacob?
Miss Carrie, am I looking, is this the current parent opt-out form they use in the county schools? And how many, I can't see the full thing, but how many do we have on there? How many opt-outs can we opt out of?
Let me look at my view.
listed on the front here, 1, 2, 3, 4 opt-outs. One of them is new in regard to the Student Aid Commission.
Okay. I just don't see, is there like a problem with their opt-out form that they already have for the reason of making that new opt-out form? Like, this looks pretty organized and mature compared to the one that we have moving forward for the county schools. I do think that this, I mean, I'm sure, Ms. Carey, that this form was formed under organization and a lot of time to opt out.
We use schoolyard communications in regard to our annual parent notifications, and they update in regard to legal ed code and things. And so we review and update annually, but we use schoolyard communications.
Okay, thank you.
Author.
And along with this this is the front page of the pamphlet, Jacob. It's a 36-page pamphlet that comes with little snippets of information. I think some of it was added to the board thing with just examples of some of the extra additional information that was added.
And have you ever had a parent problem with your opt-out form, ever?
No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge, but this is only my 5th year in this position.
Okay. Then just to the board, I just don't see,
But this doesn't.
I mean, I know we are reforming that form that was submitted to us, the agenda, but I just don't see a problem with the one they already have.
Author.
Yeah, thank you. We had plenty of discussion. We're just here to format it, really. So if we could just go into the editing option, it'd be awesome. We could go to the points where you think it needs to be edited, and then we can make the adjustments where we need to. I mean, if there's a spacing problem, we can space it. If it's a tabbing problem, we can tab it, and then we can just knock this out literally in 5 minutes. I mean, we've already had the discussion over and over and over again. We've all agreed that it's a formatting issue, so let's just go through and format it.
What are you suggesting that's different than the original version, author? Just because it's separate from what we already do, so would this be in it, would you expect that this?
This
would
is
be
an
in addition?
attachment to the parental rights as a responsibility for
But different than
5020.
this?
That also is there. This is an attachment. This is an addition to. Yeah. So we're not taking that one away. We're just adding to.
So you want them to have,
Yeah, because that's not attached to your 5020.
This will be.
And this one will be attached to 5020. So when they want to look up what their responsibilities are, this is their responsibility. So all I'm saying is, like, where it says checked box below, then you can put a space there. And then when it talks about the next section under Education Code 6065, leave that the same, but then indent English language, mathematics, and science. And then you have a space between the next one, and then that one talks about attending and participating. And the next section is another
Can we
space.
I hear you, but if we could just flip back to the original version, and we've done a lot in alternative ed to up our look of how we offer. And so just even of this is how other kids get their things in schools in our comprehensive sites, right? Like Central Valley probably uses this very same thing. So I guess to go from something that looks very professional and done to where we would be formatting our own thing in this meeting, I have concerns with what my students deserve in a look, and this isn't it.
Robert?
Laura.
So I agree with Jacob. I'm not seeing what's wrong with the form that we're using, and I agree with Carrie that it looks much more professional. And I think it's ridiculous to be doing this as a group edit, kind of half-assing it so that we get it done, in 5 minutes or something. I mean, it's just, do it professionally. And why, there's no deadline that we have to have this done tonight. Why don't we make sure we do it right? So there's one form here, and that would be one to work with, or maybe yours is better, or maybe hers is better, but this is not the place to do it with all these people trying to group edit it. It's ridiculous.
Jessica.
I just also wanted to note that I just wanted to ask maybe Michael specifically to rethink that part. And also, like, you guys are having a lot of sidebar conversations about editing, and if we're gonna do that, I'd like to suspend the rules so we can all have the conversation, because I feel like we're just making some like bullheaded decisions right now that are stubborn, it feels like, and I don't like that. I feel like Laura said, there is no polarity here other than we just need to discuss it further and involve other people, so.
Are you asking me a question?
That was my question.
Okay.
I was asking if you would reconsider.
I just revised the entire thing in 3 minutes, like myself, and I didn't send it in, but it can be done. It just is a matter of tabbing, adding a couple lines, for putting some language in, and then like we did with the resolution that we passed, it needed some formatting fixes, so the formatting fixes could be turned into that more professional looking document with just that wording.
But you hear
That can be
the
done.
administrator and like the people that we entrust to do these things asking for more time and like more professionalism for their kids, and I feel like you should understand that. I don't understand why you're so gung-ho on doing this right this second.
No, I do understand. I just think it could be, we can pass the language and the formatting can be fixed after, like we did with resolutions that weren't correct in their wording.
Okay.
Laura, I have you down again. Did you want to talk again? Okay. Michael Freeman.
Michael, could you share that document?
Jacob.
Is there any way tonight that we could really table this conversation for our January month's meeting? Because we talk about getting it done in 5 minutes, but I don't think we all agreed that the issue is just formatting. There's other issues other than formatting, like including the staff and what they're going to implement into their schools. And we talk about getting it done in 5 minutes, but if we want to keep Robert's rule of orders in place, that's not going to happen in 5 minutes. So I'm just recommending motion, can we please table it to January? You guys have been here since 3:30, and it's about 9:30.
Point of order, we already followed through with the motion that is on the table. We just have to follow through with the motion that we voted for.
I'm agreeing with the author of according to Robert's rules. That's the way we have to proceed.
Is there anything else needed from me at this point?
Guess not.
Mr. Freeman.
Just wanted to fill the awkward silence. Carmen is updating in the online board meeting materials the revised document from Michael. If I still have the floor, I would just want to make sure, to Tom's point that he brought up earlier, I'm assuming that Exhibit 5020 would want to be lined up with AR 6142.3 that has the 3 points of opting out. Like the Exhibit 5020 would probably want to line up with the AR, so there's some cross-reference alignment. So whatever changes we make to 5020, ideally would have this, the new AR proposed 3 points included.
Can we call the new one?
Yeah.
Because I just got the old one when I click.
I think she's working.
So if I click on the new ad hoc draft, will I get the newest one? Yeah, so I just got the.
Michael?
Can I just quickly go over what was changed from the original? So what I did was I added at the top paragraph, your request will be reviewed by school administration. You'll be in contact with their decision, because I know Laura was concerned about them being able to be contacted. I just moved the English, those 3 subjects as tabbed underneath that one, so it makes it clearer that it's referring to state testing. I added some lines under the administration of the instruction, curriculum, lesson, activity, discussion, and materials related to LGBTQ+ gender identity, etc. And I added a section that says, please explain the religious nature for your request for opting out, since I believe that was a CSBA concern that needed to be addressed. And then I just put some spaces between each thing so that it is clearer what each section is. And then if I still have the floor, I'm perfectly fine with linking that AR regulation to 5020. I don't know, do you just want to look at this one?
Author?
Yeah, I think that we did the voters a great deed tonight, and we worked together in transparency and an open meeting to collaborate on making this board policy workable and manageable. So if everybody is agreeable, I'd like to make a motion that we pass it as written, with the exception that we can format it to look professional, just like the other one, adding the borders and all that other stuff that Carrie wanted, just with the language that's here.
Feels like gun decking. Approving something before it's ready?
No, it's ready.
No, it's not. That's the point. If it was ready, yes, we could vote on it. I mean, approving it provisionally feels like gun decking.
It's not provisional. We're approving the language. I'm pretty sure the other language was approved and they formatted it to put it in the special boxes. It looks professional.
I'm not very comfortable with pretty sure.
Well, do we have a historical
I'm
person
sorry.
that made these
Sorry.
things? I mean,
Jessica?
I'm just curious why we don't have a box that says that they don't need to opt out. Is this something that comes out to all parents?
Yep.
It's an opt-out notice, right, stating that these are their rights that they can opt out, but there's no right that they don't need to. Shouldn't it be there? No?
I mean,
They just, or it should say if you don't want to opt out, you don't fill out this form?
because
like-
you'd be opting into everything.
But I mean, I'm just thinking, like, when I'm filling out a big packet of work, like entering my kid into school, what do I fill out, what do I not, you know? Like, you never know. So it should say something to that effect, that this is like, you know, at the top, maybe that this is optional or something like that. What do you think, Michael? And send it back to me when you're done.
Laura?
I think Jessica yielded to me for a question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think an opt-out by definition is optional. So I don't know that it needs to say that, like, everything that gets sent home that I've seen as a teacher, like, they just go through and they fill out what they want to fill out. They say, oh, I don't want my child photographed, but I'm okay with everything else, and then they send back the packet. I don't think this needs to say you don't have to opt out, because it's optional by nature.
Well, it does, like on a photo one, it says, you have my permission to use my photo, or no, I opt out of photos.
Yeah, they check the box, right? So here, if they were fine with everything, they just wouldn't check the box, and it wouldn't come back. It would just stay home.
Okay. And then can we ask Carrie to come back up? Sorry, Carrie, but yes, please.
Laura, did you have something you wanted to say?
I wasn't done.
Yeah, she's still going.
Thank you. I'm just curious, Carrie, if you have read through this form and if you have any feedback for each piece of it, or for anything. If you were to be having this conversation with them right now, or having gone over this beforehand, what feedback would you have?
I think I would want to make sure that I just want to make sure there's nothing missing. I guess if it's in addition to what we are already doing, I don't see implications of that, other than I think it spreads out the information.
Right. And would you be responsible for reformatting this if we passed it to be reformatted? Or who would?
I would work with my team. I would work with my team, I'm assuming, to reformat it.
And one last piece, clarifying question about the statement, I think, author, you made that this is an addition to the one they already have. So are we literally going to be giving families that form and this form
Yes,
at the same time?
yes.
Why? What is the difference?
This is the parental rock.
I'm still confused.
I'm sorry you're confused.
Is anybody else not confused? I mean, can we just be explicit as to why we need two?
Are you yielding to me?
Yielding to Michael to tell us explicitly why we need two?
Can't it just be included onto that one as like the backside, and then it's one form?
But why do we?
Because the other form doesn't have some of the other things, like
Things
there's,
are, okay, what things are missing?
Well, I mean, ours doesn't have a grade point average thing on there. Ours doesn't have a release of directory information on there. Ours does not have a publication, videos, and internet postings. So those things would need to stay in place, so they would need to be added. So you can just include all those different bullet points.
So could we include language from yours that is not on this one, onto that one?
That's what we'd be doing. It would just be,
I
we
believe
can
the
add it.
language that is not on the front, that is not on yours, is included in this, in the excerpt that I sent you. I'm not sure what the reference of the page is on in regard to the personal beliefs and exemptions of religion. It also has all of the links in there for, because this is, parents can have a both in-person copy, but also a digital copy with links to the ed code and the law that supports it as well.
Right. So then what?
So is that an opt-out form, or is that just those statements?
So it's a 36-page annual parent notification that the first front page is all of the available opt-outs, but in the document, it also explains in the personal beliefs, the rights for the review of that material and things like you.
So in ours, it would just make it easier for parents to find it and see it.
No, because
there are some things I would say that are missing from the original one that are.
Like from that one?
Wouldn't even be available to them on your form, right? Like the permission of the photo.
Well, yeah, that would
grade point
just,
average.
we would just be adding it to this one, adding more options to that one then, right? If I have the floor, can I amend your motion, or can you withdraw it and I can make a different one?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. I move that we accept the language that as I submitted to Carmen and add it to that form so that it has the same formatting and nothing is left out. Yes, Jackie?
But right now, this is an exhibit that will always be attached to 5020, and parents' rights and responsibility with all that language that she's talking about is already in 5020. It seems redundant to have an exhibit. This, in my mind, this is 5020. That form lives somewhere else. I don't care about where that form lives right now. This is parents' rights and responsibilities. And when it clearly delineated like that, an exhibit in 5020, they go together. It's not complicated to me.
Could that be put into 5020 then too?
You could also do that, yes, that would be the other, yes, right.
Okay.
Robert?
Laura, you're up on the queue.
Well, my concern is that we're here, I haven't really closely read the form that we have. I think you've come up with a good form, but I don't know what it's missing, what this one has. I mean, it just seems crazy to be doing it here when it could be synthesized maybe in a different way. So I just feel uncomfortable voting for it without knowing if we're leaving something out or we're just duplicating too much. So.
Michael, you're up next in the queue.
So I have a question for Carrie. If the motion is just that is joined together with mine and attached to 5020, does that cover everything then?
Michael, I would love to stand up here and say that I have, that I know that. I'd like to look at 5020, I'd like to look at the board policy, and I'd like to do that outside of my review of my laptop. I'm hoping that these are all conversations that the ad hoc committee had.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that, I would have liked to have been consulted for what we already do, because it sounded like there were possibly concerns with how we're presenting our parent rights in student programs, which is something that I hold as high importance. So I just I don't see an aversion to it, but I would like the opportunity to look over it in front of me and not just in pieces with some of it up here, some that I've given to Mr. Freeman and some that's come in this way. Although I will follow the direction of the board.
Jessica?
So I had a question backing up, but now we're on a different tangent. So are you going to ask a question, Jackie? No? To finish this up, or can I go back? Because now I'm even more confused because I thought we were just saying had two forms and that's what we were asking for. Two forms that were going to go home with the parents, but now we're saying it's an exhibit that's included just in our policies? So are we trying to figure, it's becoming convoluted?
Okay, so there was their form that they have that does not have some of the things that are on here.
Right.
Their form also doesn't have some of our stuff.
Right.
So what I'm proposing is that we merge them
Right.
and attach it to 5020. That is my proposal, and tie it to that AR. That way, everything is all together, and the only thing then that would need to be changed is the form that the ad hoc committee submitted would need to be turned to look like that.
And
Well,
do you yield back to me, or is it still my question? Okay.
Well, I think
So I can't imagine everyone here wouldn't be comfortable with that if we were to, again, trail it and allow you to do that with Carrie.
I mean, I guess my question is, isn't it just done already, like right now?
Well, Carrie just said she's not comfortable saying that because she hasn't had a chance to, she hasn't looked at it all in one picture as you're presenting today. So could you give her more time to do that?
I guess I would just go back to, it's been a month that they've had it, and the only thing that's changed
The
is
idea
a
was
couple of things.
presented differently. I mean, just now you're saying, can we combine the two forms?
Yeah, but one form they've already had for years, so that doesn't need to be reviewed.
But you didn't say, do you want to put it in 5020? Can we, like you asked her if that it wasn't included in 5020, could you put it together in 5020? And
It's already
so.
in 5020. It's an exhibit. 5020 exhibit. That's where it lives. That's how it was presented to you a month ago. That's where it is. It's not convoluted. You're making it convoluted.
Feel better, Jack.
I do, actually.
So
Jesus.
that's all I'm saying, is that the only thing that would need to be changed then would be the formatting. And if there was some kind of major objection, it could just be put on the agenda and we could discuss it at another meeting.
To me, it's really important. I mean, I'm not sure why it's not being seen as like an important thing that we don't need to do frivolously here in 1 minute. It's kind of crazy. And I know you don't feel that way, so I'm really disappointed in the fact that you're sticking up for all this. This is crazy. No, there's no reason you guys can't have a conversation with Carrie and do this over the next month. No reason. I don't understand the reason anyways. Maybe you got one that's like under your back that you're not telling us, but otherwise,
Hang on.
there is no reason. I have the floor and I can say what I want.
Hold
That is
on.
the order.
There's somebody talking.
Yeah, that's why you call point of
Yeah, but, okay, so author.
Is this the point of order, or is it my turn to speak?
Author?
I was asking, is this a point of order, or is it my turn to speak in the queue?
Your turn.
Okay. All right, I think Michael has proposed an excellent motion that I would second. I'll yield to Michael for his motion, so he can explain what it is.
My motion was that we merge the current opt-out form with the proposed opt-out form, attach it as an exhibit to 5020, and tie the AR regulation that Tom has mentioned all together into one package or document to vote on.
My second.
So, I mean, I'm trying to understand the motion, okay? You want to merge the two forms into one form so that we can vote on it. Okay, I'm trying to simplify this. Okay. Is that possible? Yeah, I'm asking Carrie.
Oh,
I mean,
you want me to combine the two so you can vote on it?
yeah, I mean, it says that,
No, he's asking, is it possible to just merge the two together? Like put them front and back or something?
So you want me to duplicate, so if I'm understanding correctly, you don't want me to eliminate anything from your document. You would want me to duplicate what's exactly on your document, even though it's possibly duplicated in the document already?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Mr. Freeman.
Just clarifying, is the motion to merge and approve or merge and bring back for a vote?
Mr. Orlicki, it's your motion.
I was moving to approve, but, I mean, I'm open to, if anyone else wants to bring something up. I can yield to you, Jessica, if you want.
Thank you, please.
Yeah.
Yes, I feel like it is very important that we allow you guys to work with Carrie to get this done. I think it's disrespectful of us not to have this conversation with the staff and take her document and ours and merge together and work together cohesively. Like, I really don't understand that part. I just don't. And I feel like we're very respectful to do that.
Yeah, I guess I view it as we have been all trying to work together to get this done tonight for like the last hour, when it took me 3 minutes to reformat it, and we have been trying to work together, I guess is what I feel like. Instead of just 3 of us working with Carrie, we have all 7 of us, our student board member, our superintendent, everyone here working together to get something done. That's how I view it. Like, isn't that better than 3 of us only meeting together with an administrator? I mean, isn't this a more open process? This is like what legislating is. This is what governance is.
Well, we don't, in government, you don't sit in a board meeting to work on a document and read multiple, however many pages did you say your form was, ma'am? I'm sorry, 40? 36 pages, plus, you know.
No, but we're debating one form. We're discussing this form.
Form is an administrative task. You brought language, but you can sit down and have a conversation. The thing is, there's no reason not to do that. And
Isn't that what we're doing now, is having a
we're
conversation?
having a conversation, but this isn't the place to like do an administrative task and create a form.
Why not?
Because look how it's working out.
This isn't.
Well, the reason it's not working out is because it's of having to answer the same questions over and over and over again. Like, it's formatted, we have it, we all talked about it, we all looked at it. It includes language that other people here brought up that they were concerned it didn't have. We have the formatting. I mean, really,
You're literally telling her to put information on this that's redundant. It doesn't matter if we're asking the same thing on the front and the back, just put it there anyways. You're going to confuse parents. Like, Mark, you know, I know you understand this. I don't get why you're
no,
doing it.
because the language is not redundant on the opt-out form. It's redundant in the
You
36-page
haven't read her
handout.
36 pages, so you don't know.
I read the language that she submitted, so, yeah.
Okay, well, you said unless anyone had objections, and I did, and I told you, so
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Well, I want to bring up another point. If we combine the 2 documents, this is happening in one document. If I'm a parent and I sign off, I want my kid opted out of sexual health and HIV prevention education, there's also another one down below, if we combine them two, that says opting out of sexual education, HIV and AIDS prevention. So what happens if I opt out of one but don't opt out of the other? Like, it just seems like these 2 documents are clashing when they're going to be put together. So I think that there just needs to be some kind of discussion outside of a board meeting with board members, but also not just Carrie, because Carrie's not the only person in student programs. She has multiple other people that have an opinion on what's going to happen within their student programs.
Can you yield me?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thanks for yielding, Jacob. I think we could actually look at both of the language right now in real time of that right there, plus that other one that you said is duplicated. And where is it at?
The second one right there, sexual health and HIV prevention education. So if we took out one of them, then that's knocked out. They do the same thing.
Yeah.
Don't forget the 36 pages of information too.
Michael, would your motion to combine the two documents, is it final? Is it Carrie going and duplicating it and putting it right on there? Or is it going to happen within a meeting of, like, let's say we approve this and we combine these two documents, would you go and have an ad hoc committee meeting and with Carrie and other people from student programs and put this on?
You mean if we passed the language, would I meet with Carrie? Is that what you're asking me?
Right.
I will always meet with anyone, yeah. I have no problem meeting with
And would
her
you consider that language final? Like that we're not changing any words of what we approve here?
We have to approve that.
We haven't approved anything yet, but,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, obviously, I mean, I would, if those are two things that are repetitive, so they could knock one off. I mean, that's not a big deal.
Okay.
So I'm perfectly fine with passing it and then meeting with Carrie. And then, like I said, if there's a issue that comes up, like a legal issue or something like that, we bring it back to another board meeting and we take care of it. But I don't think there's a legal issue. It's just a matter of timing and consultation is what it seems like. So
It's a question of asking this board to pass a policy that's not complete.
it's an exhibit, not a policy.
It's not complete. Even if we all agree on the language, if the formatting is not correct, it's not complete.
We passed a resolution.
Okay, so
with
I
the
mean,
formatting.
the whole point of this process is to bring order out of chaos, okay? Not to create more. So we need to have a completed policy presented to the board for our approval or disapproval, not piecemeal, okay? So, I mean, I just feel like we've been at this now for almost an hour and 12 minutes, and
I call for a vote.
we're no closer to an agreement than we were when we started, so.
I guess what is calling for a vote called to a question? Is that the proper Robert's Rule of Order? Then we can vote for it, or we cannot vote for it. I said I call a question so that we can vote.
Yeah, there's a motion, so,
I mean, I guess if discussion's over, then we vote, right?
Thank you, Carrie.
So it has been moved and seconded. Repeat the motion for me, please. I want to make sure this is clearly on the record.
I move that we adopt the language from the ad hoc committee, merge it with the current opt-out form, attach it to policy 5020, and connect it to the AR regulation that Tom supplied us in our board packet.
And this has been seconded.
I second it.
Any further discussion?
Well, we called to a question to vote. So
Oh, I'm going to. Hang on. I have to call for questions first, so. So, all right, so it has been moved and seconded that we approve language, merge documents, and hope they come out for the best. Teresa?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
No.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
No.
And I vote no as well. It's a 4-3 vote to pass an incomplete document. Okay, cool. Moving on.
I think like a point of order, don't we have a board bylaw that says that we have to end our meetings at 10 unless we approve
10:30.
extending them? Oh, it's 10:30, okay. I thought it was 10.
That is correct.
Is it 10 or 10:30?
Okay.
It's 10:30. So that was number one. That was 11-2-1-1. Now we're on 11-2-1-2. First read board policy and administrative regulation, 6141.2, instruction, recognition of religious beliefs and customs. Discussion. Mr. Freeman.
I'm good. I mean, I've shared my concerns, I've shared my thoughts. I don't want to take another 15 minutes sharing them. So it's an action item, it's before the board. We can have a motion, we can discuss, we can take action.
Jessica.
I would like to request again that we have the CSBA side by side with this board committee version, please.
Could you restate that, please?
I'd like to request that we see the CSBA guideline next to, side by side, of the current board committee request, or whatever we call it.
Okay, so your motion is to...
No, there's no motion, I'm requesting.
Oh, okay, thank you.
What is it called? I have to remember Robert's Rule of Order. Can I do a point of information? What happens if we get to 10:30 and we have not had our annual organization meeting?
We're going to have to...
Oh, yeah, maybe we should skip
schedule
that.
an emergency meeting
Can we, but,
to complete the business for the board.
but the vote of the majority could extend the board meeting beyond the 10:30, so we could get it all done in one night.
Sorry, yes, I believe the board policy says we can, with the majority, we can extend the meeting 1 hour. Is it 1 hour? Might be half hour. We're efforting on that one.
Jessica.
That was before, I don't think I did a new one yet.
Laura.
So when I went through this, basically, I'm good with it. I just didn't understand why the committee took out references to the County Office of Education and rewrote them to say, like, in the district, or at the very end line, district schools, because that's confusing to people. We're not doing policy for district schools. These are for our county Office of Education program. So if it if those were changed back, I would be fine with it.
Can you yield?
Yes, I can yield, so.
I believe we're adopting the red line one, correct?
Okay, so I'm good with the
Yeah.
red line one. Because I'm looking at
'Cause
these
it
ad
says-
hoc draft. Okay.
Are we, yeah, we're adopting this one, right? Yeah, the one that says draft on there, so we're adopting the red line one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that then. I would even make a motion to approve.
I second.
Red line draft of BP 1641.2.
I will second that.
Author, you were up in the queue.
It was already stated. I just wanted to second it. That's all. But I'll third it.
Okay, discussion? We need to wait for Teresa to get back before we can vote, so.
On all of these.
The one that say draft or whatever.
Mr. Freeman?
Just to confirm, Board Bylaw 9323, county board meetings shall be adjourned no later than 10:30 unless extended to a specific time determined by a majority of the county board. The meeting shall be extended no more than once and may be adjourned to a later date.
Thank you. Laura, could you repeat your motion?
So my motion was to approve BP 614.2, the red line draft, and the AR 6141.2, the red line draft.
And Arthur, you seconded?
No, Michael did.
I seconded it.
Michael, you seconded. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the red line version. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Wow, 7-0 vote.
Boom, boom.
Moving on to item 2.1.3, revised board policy 6142.3, instruction civic education.
I move that we adopt Board Policy 6142.3 on civic education.
Second.
Discussion? It has been moved that we adopt Board Policy 6142.3, instruction civic education. We'll do a roll call vote.
I submitted a question, I submitted my thing.
I'm sorry? Oh, you came up in the queue. Go ahead, Jessica. We want to before
I
we
just
vote.
wanted to make a substitute motion that we approve, oh goodness, hold on, that we approve 6142.3 with the change of the red lined item that says Americans Constitutional Republic and change it to say the County Office of Civic Education program shall provide students with understanding of the rights and responsibility of American citizens, period. And the workings of federal, state, and local governments.
On the first page,
On the first page.
fourth paragraph. Or is it fourth?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, fourth paragraph. Just instead of saying American democracy or American's constitutional republic, that it says, with an understanding of the rights and responsibilities of American citizens and the workings of federal, state, and local governments. Make it not non-controversial.
So you want to? I'm sorry?
Period after citizens.
No. So rights and responsibilities of American citizens and the workings of federal, state, and local governments, period.
Discussion?
Well, she made a motion. There has to be a second before we can discuss it.
Okay, is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails, sorry.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. Getting a little tired. So there is a motion on the floor to approve policy 6142.3. No further discussion, we will do a vote. Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Risa?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Our next item is our first read of Board Policy 6144, Instruction Controversial Issues. In addition to reviewing the added ad hoc committee language, update LEA district or school with county office or COE to reflect these policies are only applicable to our county programs. So. Yes, Michael.
The draft that was given reflects that, right? Is that the language that Robert just read about, in addition to reviewing the added ad hoc committee language, update LEA district or school with county office, is that already updated in there? Or is that something we have to do?
Wasn't it redlined?
Okay. Then I move that we adopt board policy 6144 on instruction controversial issues.
Second.
So I had submitted
With this discussion.
It has been moved and seconded that we, adopt Board Policy 6144, Instruction Controversial Issues. Discussion, Laura.
So to me, I don't understand why this line was added about controversial issues include materials that contain nudity, sexual content, graphic violence, and extensive profanity. To me, the line above it is more all-encompassing. It's a controversial action, is strong reactions based on personal values, belief. I mean, I think by adding it, you're almost making people think like, oh, a controversial issue has to be one of these things.
Right.
To me, those are inappropriate versus, I don't know, I don't think it adds, and I think it could be problematic having it in there. I'll yield to you to
Thank you.
explain.
The idea was to just make it clear to people, because the word controversial can be misconstrued or misunderstood. So we wanted to identify things that are generally considered controversial. I mean, that preceding sentence is pretty all-encompassing, like you said. This just would add more definition, in my opinion, to what could be considered controversial. Because, some people might consider To Kill a Mockingbird controversial, but it would not fit that under this definition.
But it still would be, if you're doing an opt-out approach, they would explain why they, to me, it's like, if you start listing, you're almost, then what if you leave something out and, well, it's not listed here. So I sort of I think the other one's more flexible and gives parents more opportunity.
Are you yielding back? Okay. I mean, does anyone from the committee want to chime in on that at all? Yeah.
Jackie?
So real world example here in Shasta County, about 3 years ago, we had a music video shown in an English class at Shasta High School. And I didn't watch all of the video, but it was a music video, and it showed people singing in a choir getting shot up with an automatic rifle. And some of the parents, understandably, were very, very upset that it was shown with no advance notice or anything. And I was at the meeting with Jim Clooney, the superintendent at the time, and that controversial topic came up. And some people thought that the video was controversial, and some people thought that it wasn't. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with listening graphic violence or expounding on that. And that is just because I was here, real world scenario at Shasta High School, where something was shown that some people thought was and some people thought wasn't. Adding graphic violence, in my mind, helps that issue. So I support the extra language.
Mr. Freeman?
Just wondering, as I look at the red line, I do see in this particular case where county office is strucken through and district and superintendent are provided, if I'm reading that correctly, but to me, these would be board policies for our student programs, and that would be me or working with the designee, and so I'm curious why those changes were made.
It looks like there's two different versions in here. One has the Board of Education red line there, and then the other one has some different things. So we did not strike out Board of Education or anything like that, so I'm not sure how that happened. So.
All right, so that might be on our end. So I would just make sure that if we have a motion on BP 6144, that all references to, that the language is maintained, that it's referencing county programs and county superintendent.
Yeah. So I can amend my motion if possible to reflect that. So I move that we adopt Board Policy 6144 with the revision that it reference the Board of Education and correct those errors that are in there. So I think that would need a second again, so.
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion? Jessica?
Yeah, I agree with Laura about the line. It says controversial issues include materials that plead nudity, sexual content, graphic violence, and/or extensive profanity. I think there's a lot more things that are controversial than that. And I feel like once we state that these examples, then we might as well continue with a whole long list of them. So I suggest we don't use that line. And then, yep, the other pieces I agree with.
Michael, you're up in the queue 3 times. I'm going to let Arthur go first, then I'm going to call on you once.
I don't know how that happened.
Arthur?
I was just going to remark that this says controversial issues include materials that contain, so it's not an exhaustive list, but it's referring referring to what these do include. In the paragraph above, it talks more about your personal held beliefs as far as what you can want to opt out of, and this includes more. So this is actually more inclusive, so I'd pass it as written.
I think it just expands on it a little bit and strengthens it, because I know, Jessica, you're concerned that if we don't list everything, but I think the first line does list a lot of things and would cover almost anything that could come up. And then the second one just offers some definition, is how I read it, just to make it
I
clearer.
felt like it was very broad to begin with, but then listing specific things makes it more defined.
If I may, I'd like to just throw something out there that a huge proportion of classical art contains scenes of nudity. And so, I mean, just including nudity in there as a controversial issue, standalone, without carving out an exception for things like, you know, Michelangelo's David, seems a little problematic, so.
We also have a whole sex ed curriculum, so sexual content doesn't really work either.
No, sexual content, I have no problem with keeping out of classrooms. Art, I have a problem with, so. Michael. You're up in the queue. Okay, Mr. Freeman.
I think the second paragraph clarifies that. The board expects administrators and teachers to exercise professional judgment when determining whether a particular issue is suitable for study or discussion. They shall consult with superintendent or designee to determine the appropriateness of the subject matter. So if we are looking at artwork like you've mentioned, I think that that would come up in that discussion, and I think we would weigh the instructional merit of the content.
Thank you.
against what
As long as we consider it, that's what I wanted. So, call the question?
Call the question.
No? Okay. It has been moved that we approve Board Policy 6144, controversial issues, with various amendments to references to the superintendent. We will call a roll call vote. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
I affirm as well. Okay, it is now 10:26, or 20, yeah. If we're going to extend this meeting another hour, we need to do so right now.
I move we extend the meeting 1 hour.
I'll motion.
Okay. Is been moved to, hang on, I'll get to you in just a second. It's been moved that we extend the meeting for an hour and seconded. Jackie?
But Mike just read from our bylaws, and it doesn't say it has to be an hour, right? It just says we can only extend it once, or did it have?
the motion would define the extension.
Got it, thank you.
So we can extend it to
It
2 in the
says
morning.
unless extended to a specific time, so the motion would define the time.
I guess, yeah, so I guess the discussion would be, is 1 hour enough?
No.
So we would probably need
2 hours.
2 hours? What do you think? Up to 2
I
hours?
withdraw that, and I amend it to 2 hours. How about that?
All right, 2 hours. I'll second the 2-hour motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to return another day.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to make a substitute motion to return another day to finish.
Okay, a motion to adjourn takes precedence. No, you said motion to adjourn?
No.
Yes.
She said,
To return for another day.
No, there's no discussion of a motion to
To
adjourn.
adjourn and
It's
come back
just-
another day,
I mean, it doesn't require a second, it just goes.
Mm-hmm.
So it has been moved that we adjourn. Jessica?
Yes. Yes.
Jackie?
What is the motion?
yeah, what?
To adjourn.
Return another day.
That- To adjourn the meeting, that's the motion.
I mean, this is Robert's rules, so.
Yeah, I'd vote.
No.
Laura?
No.
Michael?
No.
Teresa?
No.
Arthur?
No.
Jacob?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, but it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-2, and I'm sorry, your vote doesn't count.
Yeah, I know.
You can go home anytime.
Okay.
I understand.
Yeah.
So we still,
There is a motion to extend the meeting by 2 hours. Okay, I'm going to remind everyone that we started today at 3 o'clock. We've been at this for 7.5 hours at this point in time. I'm sure everybody is pretty tired and starting to feel the stress of an extended meeting like this. So it's been moved and seconded that we proceed with this meeting discussion. Then we will vote. Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
aye.
Jacob?
The motion is to adjourn?
No. The motion's to continue for 2 hours.
No.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica?
Nope.
Aye.
Thank you. Laura?
Aye.
Aye as well. Let's get this done.
You want to take a potty break?
Okay, so what is it, 11.5?
6145.
Revised Board Policy 6145, Instruction, Extracurricular and Co-curricular Activities. This is a board policy versus a superintendent policy. The board should consider maintaining it as a board policy versus superintendent policy. Discussion.
I move that we adopt Board Policy 6145 as a board policy.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adopt Board Policy 6145 as a board policy. Discussion. Laura?
So I was just unclear of why we have this opt-out language added in red, because am I not understanding, like extracurricular, it already says in here that these can be refused, and in the body of it, it says that it's not, something that you have to do. So why would you need to be exempted from it? Because it already says that you don't have to, it's optional.
Are you yielding for a question?
Yeah.
The intent was just say that there'd be no penalty or stigma. That's why we added it in there, so that if they do choose not to participate, that there can't be anything done against them or held against them.
I mean, so then why not just have that sentence? No penalty or stigma shall, why do you have all this other stuff about the securely held religious beliefs and requesting in writing? Because you don't have to do that, you can just don't participate in it. That's an extracurricular activity.
Yeah, that
You
was.
don't have to opt out or submit it in writing, you just don't do it.
Yeah, it was just because this was one of the policies sent out by CSBA to review in light of the Mahmood decision. The Mahmood decision specifically concerned securely held religious beliefs. So we were just holding to that, because that's those parameters of our committee.
I don't know, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, you'd want to strike out that other sentence and just have the
Yeah.
last sentence there?
Right,
You could offer does anyone from the committee want to add to what I said, or?
Yeah,
I will yield to you, Arthur.
With the whole case with the Supreme Court, it was the staff being directed to penalize students for their religious held belief. And it wasn't just Christian, it was Muslim, it was Buddhist, it was Sikh, it was Christians. It was a whole gambit of religious people at the school that had a problem with the instruction. And the staff was being advised to make it very punitive on them. So that's why the spirit of Mahmood, we can say his name, right? Sorry.
But I'm saying that part would remain, no penalty or stigma shall result from such an excusal. I'm leaving that in.
So what did you want to take out?
I don't think it's necessary to say that you have to this whole thing about parents, guardians shall receive prior notice and all that, because it's like we're talking about extracurriculars, which is different than what happened in that Supreme Court decision. That was part of the regular class.
No, well, originally they were given the option to opt out, and then the school took it away from them since so many people opted out. So then they were not afforded the opportunity, which caused a harm, which then led to the court case that led to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but this, I'm just saying that this is like extracurricular activities, which are not required. You don't have to do them. But I do see the reason for leaving, and no penalty or stigma shall result from such an excusal. That's fine. That's good to have.
I'm just, yeah, I mean, you never know what the extracurricular activity is. Just kind of like at the Shasta High School, it was a supplemental material that was afforded to the teacher when the parents didn't even know that it was going to be shown. I mean, they were okay with the English class and the rubric and the criteria and everything, the lesson plans, but that was supplemental material that they were never advised on. So if you're, so let's say real life, you're going on a field trip, you're doing an extracurricular activity, and then the adult in the room takes you on an outing that your parents wouldn't agree on, but it's not something everybody disagrees with, then this would include that. So the parents would be advised if you're on a field trip and you decided to detour from the lesson plan and go somewhere else, if you were wanting to do that, you would have to get the parents' permission to do so ahead of time. I mean, if you're going to the pumpkin patch, probably not going to run into controversy, but who knows?
Jessica.
So, for example, if they're going to go see, let's say they're in the theater club, and they're going to go to Ashland, see Romeo and Juliet, then they would need to be notified that there's going to be like excessive violence in this thing. That's what you're asking for. Okay. Thanks.
Michael.
I think it just adds clarity and extra protection. That's all I think it does.
There's a motion on the table, and it's been seconded. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Arthur.
Aye.
Jessica.
Aye.
Jackie.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
Teresa.
Aye.
Jacob.
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Item 11.2.6, Revised Board Policy 6184, Instruction Continuation Education.
I move we adopt Board Policy 6184, continuation education.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt Policy 6184, Instruction Continuation Education. Discussion? Jessica.
I just have concern about this one because parents or guardians shall receive prior notice of instruction or activities that may substantially burden their securely held religious beliefs. And then that leaves the definition of substantially burdening and knowing their religious beliefs to the person, to the teacher. Right?
Well, how would they know that?
Right, my question is, how does the teacher supposed to know what's a substantial burden to them and their personal religious beliefs? Like, I feel like, again, this puts too much pressure on, too much responsibility onto the government to decide what a substantial burden is to the parent. I feel like that's a conversation, it should be left more broad, and the conversation should be had from the parent. Like, if I had a securely held religious belief that I felt like my kid's education was going to substantially burden that, I would probably be in there talking to the teacher and letting them know what that was. I don't understand how a teacher is supposed to know these things. So I would like to change that perhaps. Structure, I'm not sure, but too tired to think of a replacement. But The words that I'm having a hard time with are substantially burdened and securely held religious belief. Like, how do we know that their religious belief is securely held? So, any feedbacks from, I'll yield to whoever on the committee would like to speak to that.
Mr. Freeman.
I think that's the purpose of the prior notice of instruction. The teacher, it's not on the burden's not on the teacher. The parent with prior notification can then inform the teacher of what the conflict is. That's the exact language we just had in the thing that we just approved.
Right.
And so I think that prior notification ensures the parent right to be able to, they know their religious beliefs. It's not the role of the teacher to know the religious beliefs. The prior notification then puts the ownership on the parent to be able to say, I have a problem with this because of my deeply held religious beliefs.
So it's based upon the exemption form that they filled out in the first place?
As the educational activity is presented with prior notification, then that parent would then be able to have the opt-out rights that we've been talking about all night through Exhibit 5020. They'd be able to go up and they'd be able to fill out the paperwork and say, hey, that right there I have a problem with.
Okay.
No notification puts the parent in the position where things may be happening that do conflict with deeply held religious beliefs, and they don't have the option to opt out because they weren't notified.
Right.
Michael.
Mike answered everything I was going to say, so.
Further discussion? Then I will call the vote. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt revised board policy 6184, instruction, continuation education. Teresa.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
Laura.
Aye.
Jackie.
Aye.
Jessica.
Aye.
Arthur.
Aye.
Jacob.
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Item 7, revised board bylaw 9005, governance standards.
I move we adopt Board Bylaw 9005 on governance standards.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt board bylaw 9005, governance standards. Discussion. Laura.
Yeah, so I would like to hear, I'll yield to you, why you struck out communicate a common vision and operate openly with trust and integrity.
We struck it out because we feel like there's other ones that answer that, like keep learning and achievement first to all students as a primary focus, value, support, and advocate for public education, recognize and respect differences of perspective, style, culture of the county board among staff, students, parents, and community. We feel like that is the common vision, plus up here it's primary responsibility in the first paragraph. So we felt that was redundant. The operate openly with trust and integrity, we feel is answered by number 4 under Part B, act with dignity and understand the implications of demeanor and behavior, as well as number 4 under C, that says govern in a dignified and professional manner, treating everyone with civility and respect. We just felt like it was kind of redundant. And then I know that there are people that have said, well, my beliefs and integrity require me to respond in a certain way, where other people were offended by that way that was responded. And so integrity seems like it was open-ended, where those other ones are more clear. And it's the discussion that we had, and any of the other committee members can add to that if they would like to.
I mean, I feel that they should be called out. I think pretty much every entity, agency has a common vision, and it's just building around that common ground that we care about our community, we care about students, we want to provide an education that sets them up for success in life. So I think it's important for our school board to have that. and then operate openly with trust and integrity. I wouldn't want to delete that. I mean, how would that land in the community that, oh, the Board of Education just struck that from there? I mean, it's like, that's foundational to have trust and integrity. And I also think that number 5, uphold board-approved policies, procedures, and support staff. Yeah, I think that's important for board members to do too. So I don't think that those things should be stricken from it.
Mr. Freeman.
I'm wrestling whether I should bring this up, but since we have 2 hours to play with, when this board was first put together, we brought this to this board for signature, and D6 was what died. D6 is what killed it. And here we are a year later, and D6 isn't even struck through. We had a lengthy conversation about what the word undermine means, and so I just want to make sure that now we're okay with once a decision is reached and a vote taken, a board member should not undermine that action. Because a year ago, that's what killed this document.
Jessica.
So I would be approving of it if we did not strike 2, 3, 4, or no, 2, what? Sorry, C2, C3, and C5. I think that having to communicate a common vision is very important. I think that the matter of this particular group of people, because they do not see this as wanting to have a common vision, they want to have their own visions, and I don't agree with that. I think we need to have a common vision. I think we do, and that's why I generally enjoy working on this board, because we can always turn back to our things that we're working on, and we all agree on those things. So why we don't focus on them, I have no idea. But that's another tangent. So I think a common vision is very important. I think operating openly with trust and integrity is obviously extremely important. Why it would ever be removed, I have no idea. Number 5, uphold board-approved policies and procedures and support staff implementation of board directors. Again, it seems like common sense to have that also included. So I would not strike out those 3 things, and I would approve everything else. I'd like to make a motion to approve revised board law bylaw 9005 governance standards without redacting let me see, hold on. Without redacting C2, substitute motion, without redacting C2, 3, and 5, please.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Okay, so could you repeat your motion, please?
Yes, I would like to make a substitute motion to, hold on, I'm getting back here with my little things here. To approve bylaw 9005 governance standards without redacting items C2, C3, and C5 for the reasons that I explained earlier.
Discussion. Michael.
I think another reason why that one was struck out, Jessica, was because of the concern that community members brought about something that you posted, and they used that one to bring the complaint against you that we ultimately decided we had no jurisdiction over. C3. They used that one to bring that issue up about that.
That's fine. I still don't think that it was not operating with trust, without trust or integrity.
No, but that's what they used. That's why one reason why we were like, well, it's kind of vague.
Yeah, that's fine. I still think it should be there.
In my opinion, removing language relating to operating openly with trust and integrity is sending the message to the public that we will operate in secret without trust and without integrity. Okay, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's an either or. Either we have trust, I'd say either we have trust, either we have integrity, either we act on what we say and perform the function that we swore an oath to perform, or we don't. Okay, and these professional standards are our promise to the community on how we will perform this public function. So, Arthur?
I'm glad you brought that up because it does cover it under D5. Communicate clearly and openly with each other. It does say that under D5. Communicate clearly and openly with each other to avoid hidden agendas, and discussion should be open and honest. And the reason why 6 wasn't strucken through, like, I think there was both sides of the aisle not talking about 6, is that it probably depends on what your definition of undermining the action is. Because someone might say talking about the issue would be undermining the issue if you disagreed, but in my opinion, talking about an issue you disagree with is not undermining the action. So you can talk about an issue if you disagree with it openly in public, or your speech isn't being silenced by that. You just have to know that it's not undermining something or an action that the board took. If you still disagree with it, you can talk about it openly and honestly in the community.
What would undermining be?
Well, I don't know. That's what is undermining. Your definition might be different than mine.
I'm asking you what your definition is.
Undermining something
Like,
would be
in this
actively.
context, what would undermining be?
Oh, if we took an action tonight that I disagreed with,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be undermining.
No, what would undermining be?
Undermining?
Yeah, if a board, if we reached a decision and a vote was taken, how would someone undermine that?
How would they? I mean, they would go and try to change it or somehow. I mean, but just talking about it doesn't undermine the decision. So you can bring up policy, even if you disagreed with something tonight, and next week, or on the agenda next time, you brought the disagreement on there so we could change it, that wouldn't undermine the action. Does that make sense? Because that's just the process that we take for government. So none of that would be undermining it. So this was put in place last time because folks didn't agree with that concept. Like, you should be able to bring your grievance to the board. You should be able to put it to a vote. If it fails for a second, it fails for a second. If it gets put up for a vote and you fail for the vote, then it fails for a vote. But then if you succeed, that none of that is undermining. That's just the process of government and how we run things. So I personally would probably take that whole thing off because it just signifies that maybe someone wants to censor your speech, that they disagree with you. But on the other hand, if people like that language, they could leave it there. But I mean, I would strike it through. That'd be my only amendment to Michael's motion, would to be strike 6. If he was agreeable to that, but I don't know if everybody's agreeable.
Well, we already have a motion and a second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a substitute motion already.
Yeah, so we have a substitute motion with a second that's been.
That's true, and the substitute motion, it takes precedence. I'd like to point out, Michael, that I totally disagree with your analysis that the
Here's what undermining in this context would mean.
item 5
That for me.
replaces.
You can't talk. Okay.
Item 3.
Which item 5?
And I'm going to elaborate. Item 3 states clearly that we operate openly with trust and integrity. Go down to item 6, please. Item 5 says we communicate clearly and openly with each other to avoid hidden agendas. Discussions should be open and honest. One of those is about how we function as a board. The other one is how we communicate to each other. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing at all. Operate openly with trust and integrity means we do what we do openly without hidden agendas, with the public, with staff, with students, with the community. Communicating clearly with and openly with each other, yes, that's important, absolutely important. They're two different things. Both of them need to be in here.
Let's vote.
Well, I mean, on the substitute one, right?
Yes. Let's vote.
I mean, I can see why you can say that. I mean, I think it's important to have the integrity in there somehow, but I mean, the intent was to have a clearer thing, and we felt that those were answered in there. And they communicate openly and operate openly, to me, are the same thing. But I can see how you disagree. But also, if you look in your, understanding the implications of demeanor and behavior, emotional displays would be clearly in violation of this board policy. So we need to keep, that is another thing that we should keep in mind too, so.
But as long as I'm not discussing it with you, I can do what I want to with Carrie. I can tell her whatever I want. Doesn't matter, because I'm only required to communicate honestly and openly with the other board members. That's what that policy says. Yes, I'm being a Philadelphia lawyer here, but that's the whole point. This is a board policy that directs our actions as a board. It reflects on all of us. Okay? So operating openly, honestly, with trust and integrity is not a negative statement. This is a positive statement to the community that we will be a board of integrity and will not hide an agenda. Okay?
Yeah, I hear
It can
you.
be in there twice. It doesn't hurt things for it to be repeated.
We already have.
We have, the secondary motion says to include this language, so.
I mean, I see your point about having it in there still. So we can remove that and vote for the secondary motion.
Sure, let's vote on the secondary motion. Yes, Jackie.
So I believe Jessica made the secondary motion.
To take out C2, C3, to put back C2, C3, and C5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the secondary motion, can you restate it, please, now, Jessica?
Oh, gosh, yeah. Okay, so I make a substitute motion to approve bylaw 9005, governance standards, with the amendment that we not line C2, C3, and C5.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a good point. I don't understand why we would not want to uphold board-approved policies and procedures and support staff implementation of board direction.
That's, I included that.
Yeah, that's 5, isn't it?
Yeah, 2, 3, and 5.
So,
Like, why are we even making these policies if we're not going to follow them?
so let's go ahead and vote on the secondary motion. Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Yay, another unanimous vote.
No one objected to the eating
Mr.
beyond
Freeman?
items provided at the meeting.
I was like, thank God they took that out. Now, if you just remove the whole cell phone thing, I'd be happy. I'm not going to follow it anyway.
I was like, we all broke that rule anyways.
Yep.
Number 2.
11.2.2, annual organizational meeting of the board. We will be discussing these organizational meeting agenda items, beginning with reviewing the duties of the president, as outlined in Board 9121, Policy 9121. So, hang on. What's up? 9121? Okay, so the role of the board president. The Shasta County Board of Education shall elect a president from a... 91. Okay, 9100.
We're all good with it?
Okay. The Board of Education shall hold an annual organizational meeting, which shall be the first meeting on or after the second Friday in December. At the organizational meeting, the Board of Education shall, 1, elect a president and vice president following a process that shall not involve voting by secret ballot or mail ballot. The terms of those elected shall commence at the conclusion of the annual organizational meeting. Appoint the county superintendents of school as secretary and executive officer of the Board of Education. Approve a schedule of regular meetings for the year. Approve a Board of Education calendar for the year stating the time when important governance matters will be addressed. Designate Board of Education members to serve on Board of Education and Shasta County Office of Education committees, and as appropriate, to represent the County Board of Education on interagency committees of which the Board of Education is a member or to which the Board of Education is invited to participate. Finally, we will review and/or consider resources that define and clarify the Board of Education's governance and leadership roles and responsibilities, including but not limited to governance standards, meeting protocols, Board of Education rules and bylaws, and other Board of Education development materials. So.
Move to approve.
Second.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, I'm so tired. All the vote.
You made a motion
Yes.
to,
And it was seconded.
Yeah, we do every year. You have to affirm it, you have to reaffirm it.
is there a discussion? Then we moved and seconded that we approve Board Bylaw 9100. Teresa?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica? Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Okay. Okay, so I will now review the duties of the board president by Board Bylaw 9121.
I don't think there are questions.
Is there questions?
About the duties?
Do you have questions? I mean, because this is pretty long. Okay, can I skip it? Okay, it says I can't, but I mean, if you say I can, I will.
Please skip it.
Cool. Okay, if there's no questions about the duties of the board, we will open. We need a motion to open nominations.
I move to open nominations.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that we open nominations. We will do this by a simple voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, so now we need candidates.
I'd like to nominate Michael.
Orlicki?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Jessica, or Jackie?
I nominate Michael Orlicki.
Okay, he's already been nominated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's two.
Nominations. Anybody else Laura, would you like to be president?
Would I like to be president?
Yeah. Oh,
No, thank you.
I think I want to nominate Jessica. You want the, no? You shook your head. Okay. Is that it? We're just going to nominate Michael?
So I will make a motion that we appoint Michael Orlicki president. Or do we have to close the nomination?
Well, there you go.
I'm sorry?
We have a motion to cease, we need a motion to cease, we have one nominee.
Right. We need a motion to close nominations.
Okay, I will make a motion to close nominations.
Thank you.
Second?
And by simple affirmation, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Now
Okay,
I will
so
make a-
we
now
have
I will make a motion I will make a motion to appoint Michael Orlicki as president.
second.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we appoint Michael Orlicki, President of the Board of Education. Discussion? I'm sorry, this one we have to do by roll call vote. Jacob? No, we're voting for Michael for president.
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Yay.
Thank you.
Now, we will open nominations for vice president.
I nominate Jackie Lullabera for vice president.
Here we go.
You can nominate.
I nominate Laura.
No.
Jessica?
No, thank you.
Okay. So we have one nominee for vice president.
I move we close nominations.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that we close nominations. Discussion? Approval by voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We have one nomination for vice president. It is Jackie LaBarbera. Need a motion?
Oh, is that what we just did? Oh, I make a motion that we appoint Jackie Lullabera as vice president.
We did go.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded that we appoint Jackie LaBarbera, vice president of the Board of Education. Teresa?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
No.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Yay. Item 11.2.4, appoint the county superintendent as secretary of the board.
I move we appoint the county superintendent as secretary.
Second?
Did I hear a second?
Jackie.
Been moved and seconded that we appoint the county superintendent as board secretary. Discussion?
Point of information, so I was reading a bunch of ed code. I never saw that the superintendent had to be the secretary, but in our policy, it says so. So I was just, maybe for Tom to tell us if you know if it's policy or if it's ed code. I don't mind the superintendent being our secretary because I feel that it serves the function of the board because that's how we would communicate with the staff, but I just couldn't find it.
I'll look right now.
Okay.
I don't think we have a choice.
Further discussion?
I don't think there is a choice.
Oh, okay. The education code is good to me this evening. Education code section 1010 says the county superintendent of schools is ex officio secretary and executive officer of the board.
Okay, thank you.
So it is what it is. Good question.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? It has been moved and seconded that we appoint the county superintendent, board secretary. Teresa?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Item 5, review, reaffirm Board Bylaw 9140, Board Representatives.
Is that what we just did?
I move we approve Board Bylaw 9140, Board Representatives.
I second.
Okay, so we are going to reaffirm? I'm sorry? Okay. We can do this one by simple roll call, or by simple voice affirmation. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Let's go on. Item 6, appoint board representatives to committees. Do we have any committees that we need to appoint board?
Currently, you are serving a 2-year term through the end of December.
Okay, super. So the only committee we have is the appointment to the ROP board, and that's good for me through the end of the year. Okay. Item 7, review, reaffirm Board Bylaw 9320, meetings and notices.
I move we reaffirm Board Bylaw 9320, meetings and notices.
Second.
Mr. Freeman?
With one caveat that we would need to change the time. Those are back in the good old days of 1:30, so we would want to
Oh, I thought
revise
that
it
was
to
the next
5.
one. Isn't that the next line?
The time is on item number 8.
Board Bylaw 9320 has, under regular meetings, the Board of Education shall hold one regular meeting each month. Regular meetings shall be held at 1:30, and that needs to be changed.
Oh, what is,
So we're operating on a bad policy?
We just need to, we're taking the opportunity as an organizational meeting to make sure that that says 5:30.
so, point of information.
Yes, sir.
So, what does Resolution 8 do to, or what does 2.8 do to 2.7? Like, if we vote on this, but then we change the time in 8, then we'd have to change the time.
What we're going to do there is we're going to review the list of meeting days and times and approve that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, there's just some archaic language in that 9320.
Could we, since Mike brought that up, could we make not a secondary, but amendment to your motion, perhaps? instead of
Yes.
Secondary motion?
I can amend my motion or withdraw it.
Could you amend it to say 6 PM instead of 5:30?
Uh,
Or, I'm just saying, people can get off of work and show up and eat dinner on the way here. I don't know.
Yeah, I amend my motion to affirm Board Bylaw 9320 to say 6 PM instead of 1:30.
We're going to change till 6?
So we're going to review and reaffirm Board Bylaw 9320, meetings and notices, by making one change to it to the time of the meeting from 1:30 to 5:30.
6 PM.
To 6.
To 6?
Yeah, that gives time for people to eat and get here on time. That is the motion, yes.
You change the time from 1:30 to 6. And it has been seconded.
I second it.
Discussion?
I think with the meetings are already running long, and then you have staff that is here too, I'd rather keep it at 5:30.
And student board members. Go ahead, Jacob.
5:30 works the best. It does. I mean, I don't know what time most people do get off of work, but I think people do have time to show up at 5:30. The public does. And 30 minutes extra doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a lot.
More discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to add, well, most people get off at 5:30, they either have to go home and change and then come here, or you can show up in your scrubs. Depending on where I'm working, you probably don't want me to show up in my scrubs. So moving it to a later time would give people more opportunity if they are working and they join the board to drive here and like maybe throw a sandwich down their throat before they sit in a 4-hour meeting and just eat cookies. Unless you're amicable to bringing food in here and eating in front of the public, so one or the other. It just opens the door to more candidates possibly that wouldn't come. That's all.
No, I understand the logic. We haven't seen it work that way.
Yeah.
Maybe
we would later. I don't know.
Okay, so the motion is to approve Board Bylaw 9320 by making the amendment of the time from 1:30 to 6. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica? That's an aye. Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
No.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
And I vote no. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 2. Okay, so resolution, item 8, resolution 2025-08, fixing the date, time, and location of regular meetings for 2026. Did we get somebody back?
Sorry, I need to probably get better at requesting time here. So we'll change the time to 6. We would like to add another exception. Spring break does fall on the second week in April. And so we'd be looking at April 15th as the third Wednesday in April as an exception.
So we will hold our meetings on the second Wednesday of every month, with the exception of April. Is that correct?
And those provided in the document.
Okay.
November and December.
And November and December, so. Discussion?
It would be the 15th. April 8th is spring break, and staff availability would be challenged. We can go either way, we just can't go on the 8th.
Fifteenth. I say 15th.
Further discussion? Need a motion?
Mine? Oh. This is April? Okay, I make a motion that we change the date of the April meeting to the 15th at 6 PM.
And all others to remain the same. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 2025-08, fixing time, date, and location of regular meetings by making one change to the April meeting, moving it from the second Wednesday to April 15th.
And also the time.
And the time, so there's 2 changes.
2 changes?
The time too.
Oh, I thought we made that change.
It's also on here at 5:30.
Okay. And the time to 5:30. 6. Okay, we will now take a roll call vote. Yes, sir.
This says third Wednesday in November and December.
Yes, we've always.
Yeah, so when in an election year, when the new, potential new trustees are seated, it has to do with where it falls within the election calendar and where they have to be sworn in. And so it's only in an election year that you need to move that December date.
Veterans Day. I'm not going to be here Veterans Day. Thank you. Oh, okay, so call the question. Michael?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
And I affirm as well. Item 9, board meeting planning calendar for 2026.
I move we approve the board meeting planning calendar with the changes of the time to 6 PM on the days that are marked 5:30 and the date changed to April 15th.
I'll second.
And June 17th probably changed to 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Any study sessions an hour before the regularly scheduled time would be adjusted accordingly.
Okay. And the June study session moved to 5 o'clock.
So it's been moved that we approve the board meeting planning calendar for 2026 after making changes to the time. Second?
I
It
second.
was seconded? Okay, then we will do a roll call vote. Jacob?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
I affirm as well. Item 3, consider remuneration of board members as allowed by Education Code 1090, Administrative Regulation 9250, and Assembly Bill 1390. It is recommended the board review the information provided to assist in determining if a compensation increase will be approved, and if so, the amount of the increase. So,
Point of information.
yes, sir.
For Tom. There was new legislation that came out that said that school board officials were not compensated. I think that's what SB, or AB or SB, talked about. And so it increased the allotment that they could have up to a certain dollar amount in what I was reading. Is that legally correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking you. All I'm aware of on the compensation is the AB 1390 that's in the agenda packet.
Yeah, so I want to say, I was reading on the agenda packet. It was talking about how it used to go in categories, and the categories used to be certain dollar amount, and they increased to certain dollar amounts. So even the lowest level was raised beyond what you are currently at now.
Yes, that's AB 1390. It's increased the amounts allowable substantially.
So if we increased it to whatever is allowed, it's not against the law to do so.
Right, typically the amounts are only increased by 5% each year, but AB 1390 has boosted the allowable maximum substantially, and then after that, the board can increase your board stipend 5% annually. So as the agenda item says, a class 5 county, is that what it is, has a maximum of $800 per month. So there's discretion on the board's part to, of course, take no action, to increase it to something greater than what you have now, up to 800.
Point of information. And so this opportunity to raise it, and then after this, it would increase for up to 5% a year, is that what you're saying?
The maximum is 800, and then thereafter, one can increase it 5% above the 800 each year.
Okay.
If the board were to change it to a different number, you could change that number at will between what it currently is and 800 each year.
Okay, got it.
Discussion? Yes.
Yeah,
Laura, you're up first.
Yeah, I just, my stance is that there are a lot of people serving on commissions and councils and boards in Shasta County that don't get any stipend, and I feel like ours is very generous, so I don't see a need to increase it.
I think I'm in the queue if no one else is.
Further discussion?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I was gonna say, after being on the board for 3 years and trying to recruit people, there's like 3 openings in Shasta County where no one's serving. And like when there's no incentive for people to do work, then no one really wants to show up. So if you can incentivize something, like there are some boards that give greater than we do, but they don't give it financially, they give you free health insurance, which is way more than $200 or $800 if you gave someone full coverage that they didn't pay for. And that's how they recruit their candidates. And people want to be on the board because they have health insurance now. So I'm wanting more people to run for school boards all across the county, and I don't mind if a servant gets paid what they're worth, because they do put in quite a bit of time and energy, and if they want to go to conferences and these type of things that we're expecting them to do, if we're expecting them to do a part-time job, but they're doing 40 hours or 20 hours a week, I think they should be fairly compensated for their time and value that everybody expects them to do, especially reading over an agenda that has 300 pages. That's what I would want more people to run for these offices, whether they're on a fixed income, because right now it just incentivizes the rich people or people that can afford to show up to these times at inconvenient locations.
I'm not rich.
Yeah, because it's like, most people can't show up to a school board because they have to work.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but if it could be offset so you could take off 2 hours from work so that you can come over here at 6 because your shift doesn't end till 7:30.
Right.
You know, that would make more people be able to run and represent their community. So I'm just thinking, if we're trying to not be here for 20 years and we want to be here for like maybe 1 or 2 terms and then hand it over to the next generation, we should probably incentivize people to run for office somehow. And I don't think $800 is a lot of, it is a lot of money to some people, but it would enable someone to maybe take 2 hours off of work, you know, multiple times a week to attend meetings and go to conferences and that kind of stuff. So I would probably make a motion to increase it to the maximum that we could at this time, so that maybe next year we have a privilege problem, multiple people running for office to represent this, take it over from us.
Yes, Jessica.
Did you see me on there? I did. I agree with the fact that to me it's an equity thing, like the people that have full-time jobs and that have to come and work and can't give their time freely, like it is a barrier for people running for office. And also, you know, it leaves the people that are retired that have money and that aren't, you know, that can afford to give their time away to be the only ones to serve on board. So I agree. I think that the legislation is passed for a reason, and I think we have plenty of money right now to be upping it, and yeah, I would support it.
Further discussion?
So when we do this, does it also apply to the student board member, or is that a separate action, or okay?
I don't know if it applies or not. When applying for this, I was told right after my interview, by I think Mike or Carmen, that we got paid. Or was it their first meeting to get our email set up? I didn't know I was getting paid. I thought it was like just a volunteer. But when it goes back to when I was applying for the position, we had 4 people apply. I mean, I don't want to throw it out there to students that were like paying them to serve on the board and like do the work. But I feel like you're saying, even student board members, possible student board member candidates would want to apply for this position. I don't know, is it for regular board members and student board members, does it have to be the same? Probably, yeah.
I think we'd have to read the policy.
Okay. Like, my personal use with the money is gas. I mean, I already work a job, and I will have to say I do get paid well over what I get with the stipend, but it is nice to see it in my balance. But I do appreciate getting compensated for the work that I do every month.
Tom?
So looking in your board bylaw 9250, I don't see compensation outlined for your pupil members, but the law does allow for compensation for pupil members of whatever amount the board sets and/or elective course credit. So you could do both or either.
Thank you. Further discussion? It doesn't matter to me. Mine goes into a Hanukkah fund, so. Michael?
I was just meaning to see, did author make a motion to go? So I will second the motion, because I.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I amend the motion?
Yeah.
So I would just amend it because from what Tom said, that the student board member, to incentivize them to actually apply, would get the same compensation that we get and course credit, not and/or course credit.
I'm not 100% sure that in our instance, we could offer course credit because student board members and the provisions there are generally for student board members within the district that they're attending. I don't think that we could make the decision on behalf of AUHSD to award Jacob elective credit.
Oh, darn. Good point. Okay. Well then, I'll make the motion that we increase our compensation to the maximum allowed by the law, which is $800, and that the student board members that we appoint will receive the same.
I second.
Thank you. So the amended motion is to increase the remuneration to the maximum allowed by law, which is $800, and that student board members receive the same. Do a roll call vote. Jackie?
Aye.
Laura?
No.
Michael?
Aye.
Teresa?
Aye.
Jessica?
Aye.
Arthur?
Aye.
Jacob?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Okay.
Point of order, board members, if I may. I believe we need to queue up an amendment to the board bylaw because the agenda doesn't call for amending the board bylaw today, just the changing of the compensation. So for clarity, the new compensation takes effect on January 1, and we can just amend the board bylaw at your leisure in January.
We would bring that board bylaw to the board for
Yeah,
amendment.
which could be quite routine.
Thank you. So we'll need to do that in January. Oh. Jacob, it's time for your student board member report.
All right. First things first, I'm just going to jump right in. I'm going to skip the introduction. Our fall sports at West Valley are officially wrapped up, and they did incredible this season. I'm proud to highlight that our boys and girls cross country teams were section champions for 3 years in a row, and they make us really proud and make West Valley athletics look very great. Looking ahead, our winter sports are in full swing. We have tournaments happening here and there, and next weekend we're hosting our very own West Valley tournament called the West Valley Holiday Hoops, where we'll be hosting over 30 basketball games, so it's going to be busy and exciting. Our soccer team is also doing well, and for wrestling, we're hosting a new theme tonight, which is ESPN night for our student section. This past week, we had our site council meeting. Although I couldn't attend, I'm very happy to report that we had a couple parents show up, and for the first time in a while, even some students participated. It was great to see our students at West Valley stepping up and sharing directly with administration what they want to see on our campus. Our seniors have officially wrapped up their California college applications and are almost done with their out-of-state applications as well. They're starting to apply for scholarships, and we're continually updating our West Valley scholarship list that administration handles. It's a great resource for seniors. Our leadership class is also getting our campus into the holiday spirit as we prepare for our winter carnival on December 19th. We'll be welcoming community vendors who will be selling holiday goods and making the night the best one yet. Also, our school atmosphere has been busy. This week is the last week before finals, so teachers are wrapping up their final lessons and students are finishing homework, completing assignments, and preparing for their exams. Finally, I will be attending an online networking meeting for county student board members on Saturday, and I look forward to sharing my experience next month in January. It's definitely a busy time of the year, but students at West Valley are working hard, and we're looking forward for a well-deserved winter break.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you, Jacob. Comments?
What is a scrunchy team? Do you say scrunchy team? No, the boys and girls won something.
Cross country.
Cross country, sorry.
Sorry.
It's late. I heard scrunchy, I was like, what is it?
It is midnight.
The scrunchy team, that's scary.
Thank you, Jacob.
If there's nothing else, we will go on to item 13, the superintendent's report.
If everyone's in favor, I can submit the superintendent's report with the board update. Amazing, amazing things are happening. Check out the latest copy of Enjoy Magazine, where our own Laura Manuel is quoted in a 3-page article about reading pals. Very cool. And Golden Bell number 4.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. Item 14, discussion. Item 14.1.1, report from California School Board Association's conference attendees. How many people went to the conference?
I would just want to, I want to thank our trustees that attended. To Author's point, recruiting board members, serving on the board asks a lot of our folks. And it was probably the CSBA AEC is the worst timing ever, every year. It's the week after we've been out for Thanksgiving. It's the week before when we're trying to put together a packet. So I just appreciate Carmen and Barbara for our support for both of the meetings that we had today, working with our staff, trying to put the finishing touches on the packet. But I don't know how robust our report needs to be, given it's 1:45.
Yeah. The only thing I was gonna say was they have an opportunity for anybody that wants to, and I think it would be, our board would be able to, but they have a coast-to-coast one.
Yeah.
But it's scheduled on the same day as our meeting. So if you wanted to go to Washington DC with CSBA, there is an opportunity for those who want to go. And the conference was really good. I wish some of the breakout sessions weren't the greatest. They talked about things but didn't give us a way to solve the problem. They just talked about the problem. So I was hoping there would be more of that. Some of the other ones were really good. And then we could bring this up at a different board meeting, but I was wondering if there was opportunities. I think it says it in our board bylaws that we can attend different conferences. So if there's something else out there in the universe that's close to us, if we were able to send our board members to those conferences as well, not just CSBA. I think they're probably about the same price, and there's a bunch of people that went to different states this last year to different conferences from Enterprise Elementary School and different, they just had different opportunities. So I'd just like to add that to the next agenda for different opportunities if people want them.
I would like to add the CSBA conference recap to the next agenda so we could talk about it more thoroughly. Because I do have a lot of stuff I wanted to share, but I also don't want to keep us here long. And I also have some questions and things a larger conversation.
And I want to defer mine to a later meeting.
I'll defer mine too, but I want everybody to put in their mind, there's one thing that I took away that was an absolute out of my bubble. CSBA starting in the middle school years. It's called the CSBA, or not the CSBA, I'm sorry, CTE exploration in the middle school years. I would have never thought of that. That's it. Let's wait till next week or next month.
There's a cool field trip we can go on to see that in action in some of our districts in Shasta County.
Michael, did you have something to add? You're up in the queue. Okay. Oh, okay. How was the Golden Bell? I mean, did everybody go? Yeah?
Oh, yeah, that's why I have to bring it.
Item 14.1.2, Association of California County Boards of Education, ACCB report. Jackie, do you have a report? I understand. Thank you. Item 14.1.3, board reports, correspondence, and comments. Teresa, we're going to start with you. Anything?
It's bedtime.
Michael.
Foggy. And all our eyes are a little closed. You know what, I actually really enjoyed that. The only thing I did not like about that meeting was a lot of the breakout sessions. They were all at the same times that, you wanted to go to 2 or 3 different ones. They were all at the same time. You couldn't do it. So, but other than that, middle school CTE exploration, I'm all over it.
Michael? Thank you. Laura? Jackie, do you have anything? Jessica?
The only other thing I wanted to mention was I made it a personal goal to try and recruit 5 volunteers for the Reading Pals program. I've already recruited 2, so Laura, in support of Laura, and now in support of kids reading, but I just wanted to challenge all the other board members to do the same thing, because I know that program is doing really well and we need more volunteers.
Awesome. Author?
We have a football team going to state, so Saturday Reading Christian's going to play against Fullerton. That's it.
Great. Jacob? No? The ROP board met earlier this month, and we have a significant amount of students enrolled from our programs, both in the independent study and through Northern Summit Academy. So I want to let you know that we will be hit with another price increase per student this coming year. It's the second to the last. There will be one more in 2 years, but then we will be on a par with Anderson and Gateway. So. Which was the intent 4 years ago when we started this process. So, other than that, I just wanted to announce that my son and I managed to secure some 49ers Seahawks tickets.
Exciting.
And so we'll be going there to the football game at the end of December. So, yes.
I got a couple of jerseys you can wear.
Reminders of, excuse me? Oh, Mr. Freeman.
Really quick, before we leave that particular agenda item, I want to bring up Austin's point about bringing back an amended agreement to explore the addition to our WES, looking at our RDA fund. And I think here is where I would need. Well, it's somewhere.
We can do it here. This is fine.
Yeah.
So we want to bring back the $690,000 RDA facility fund proposal in January.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other reminders of upcoming events? January 15th at 3:30 is the American Indian Advisory Education Series Student Voice Panel. February 3rd, 2026 at 11:30 is Every Student Succeeding event. If you've never been, you've got to come. These are some of the most inspirational and amazing people you will ever meet. March 10th, 2026 is Principal for a Day. Item 16 is board member meeting feedback. I'm just going to go real quick. Feedback for this meeting? Long. Michael? Laura? Yeah. Jackie? Jessica? Arthur?
It was a good time.
Jacob? Oh, it's been a long day. Okay, and our next meeting is January 14th, 2026, at 5:30 here at the Shasta County Office of Education.
6 o'clock.
I'm sorry, 6 o'clock at the Shasta County Office of Education, PDC, at 2985 Innsbrook Drive in Redding, California. And with that, we're adjourned.